I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, what's going on, Conscious Crew? We are back. Of course, we're getting into a spinoff from the last live stream, which was about the Angie, as I like to call him, and Haley Bailey and all of their custody relationship drama. We did damn near a 10-hour panel, girl, getting into the things. I did drop the link, so everybody is welcome to come up. Also, Mo, if you're in the chat booth, I'm gonna drop the link for you, or Sean, everybody who's in the building, Regine. Y'all can hit the motherfucking link because we're going to get into a little bit of circling the block, because I proposed the question of rather y'all would want to see DD&G and Haley back together again. And so it opened up, you know, this conversation around circling the block. And of course, we have some conscious crew members who have in fact circled that block, baby. They did a donut on that thing, honey. So we're about to get into how that works, especially in this age of like, know your worth and don't settle, but yet, you know, what about the reality that people aren't perfect, and where does forgiveness have its role in this era of walking your talk and knowing your value and not putting up with disrespect. And so, you know, we're going to be indulging in that dialogue and getting into the experiences and the thoughts and all of that good jazz, honey. It's going to be good stuff. So make sure that you guys are winning those likes up. Please share, subscribe if you're new here. And the link is for anybody who is in the chat who wants to join. I appreciate you guys being here. And I'm going to go ahead and introduce all of my panelists. You guys already know Homebody Girl. She needs no goddamn introduction. You definitely know who the hell That Talk with William is. Needs no introduction, honey. Y'all know we always have the fabulous and spiritual Whitney, child. That's our spiritual energy on the panel, girl. Y'all know we have the head moderator in charge, Rumors and Tea. And then we have our two successful individuals who have donutted that thing, baby, who have spun the block on the men's. That is our boo Bree. Hi, Bree.
Hello.
And we have our, I've been calling you Mo, but how do we pronounce your name, baby?
It's my, hey y'all, it's my of Deuce. It's just
Mao.
It's my.
Oh,
It's
Ma.
my of Deuce.
Ma of Deuce.
Ma of Goose?
Deuce. That's my son.
Deuce. Ma of Deuce.
That's my screen name. Just call me Eb.
Okay, Eb.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Eb. Hey, Uda in the chat. What's going on? I said, oh, that's my girl. She cussed me out. Who cussed you out, Uda? Who cussed out Uda? Who's Uda's girl? Baby, y'all a mess. All right, so with no further ado, let's go ahead and just get into the discussion. Let me actually put y'all at the top. Put my guest at the top. Okay, so let's talk about it. Spinning the block. How in the hell did that happen, Bree?
Okay, I'm trying to like, should I give the abridged version? So basically I met my now husband when I was like 18 or 19. We were introduced through mutual friends because we have similar interests. We dated for about 2 years, maybe 3. I don't know. It's like 2 lifetimes ago. But we had my oldest, who is now 15. So we had her. And then after we had her, about a year, not very long, about around the same age Halo is, we kind of broke up. We broke up I dated other people after him. Well, we were engaged. I broke off the engagement, bounced. We both dated other people in between. He got engaged to somebody else in between. So I have a stepdaughter.
Yeah, all right there. Am I
Right.
minding your business too much by asking you why
Yeah.
you broke up? Why did you call it off? So deep.
At the time we were pretty young.
Mm-hmm. How young is
And
young?
I had my daughter at 21. So we were like 21, 22.
Okay.
Somewhere. No, I'm 22, probably 23, somewhere between it. And he just didn't have it together. Like we both waited tables. It was really hard having a child. Like we weren't really making money. Yeah.
Y'all talking about breaking up? Oh, was gonna make y'all richer?
Well, I mean, I definitely was not trying to be with him because this is the thing. Like, I think I never was wanting to be in a relationship, but I found myself in a relationship. But I just kind of felt within myself that I needed to explore more. So there were a few factors. One, we were broke. Two, I felt like I needed to explore more before I could actually get married. And then the hormones was whipping my ass, like super whipping my, like so bad. I literally thought I did not like men because I was so turned off when I was pregnant. The reason I'm saying it was the hormones, because when I had my second child, who's 6, the same thing happened. And I also realized the same thing happened when I was on birth control. So it was a hormonal.
Could it be that you're secretly lesbian?
No, because I tried it and I was not it.
Well, God bless you for trying it.
But it was the hormones. So like now I work with my doctor. I don't take hormonal therapy because it just kills my sex drive. And when you're with someone, it's easy to think it's them. Like it's really hard when you're in it to think it's them. Like it's you. If only you did this more or you did that more, I would feel this way. And I think it was just a lot of that going on. And as a young person, it's easy to find people to get on your side about how you should leave, I feel like. So wow. I just didn't really, I just was like, yeah, I'm out. So it was me. I left. And yeah, I dated other people in between. He dated someone else.
How did he take the breakup initially?
Oh, it was terrible. It was a bad breakup. It's really bad.
Oh, you broke his heart.
Yeah. It was really bad. Yeah. So I was the raggediness in that situation. I started dating other people. And then like when our daughter was like 5, I just moved across the country randomly. It was like, hey, I'm going to Seattle. I'm from Atlanta. So I just left. We went to Seattle and I stayed there for a year or 2. And then I dated other people all this time in between. And he came to visit to see our daughter. And she was so sad. I felt like a terrible person. And that was kind of the turning point for like when I started to kind of really see myself for like how I was. So I decided at that moment we were going to go back to Georgia, not to be with him, but just because she was so sad about it, that I was just like, we're going to go back. So I put in my notice at my job. I was like, I was a nurse at this point. I became a nurse. I was like, I'm leaving. I was like, in July, I'm going back to Georgia. So we went back. When we got back, we kind of were just like, talking about things. He had grown. He had got more stable and kind of learned some of the things he needed to learn and matured. And I had gone through a lot of changes and matured. And I asked for forgiveness for the things I did. And we dated for like a month. And then we were just like sitting on the couch one Saturday. And we was like, we should get married. And so we got married that Tuesday. And we're in year 8. So
Bree came back to Georgia and said, do you own the bus yet? Do you own it, baby? Not driving it, baby. Do you own it yet? Wow. So
no, he wasn't really, and that's the thing. Like he wasn't really in a super great career or anything. He was still like waiting tables. And I was a nurse. So this was like before the pandemic. So I was making nurse money. Through the pandemic, I worked. And then when COVID hit, I was just like, I'm not working anymore. So I had like a stack of money I set on, and I was like, you're going to have to figure something out so that I don't have to work anymore. He did. And now he is an insurance adjuster. He makes really good money, and I stay home. I don't do anything.
If he would not have figured that out, would y'all be here?
I think so. Yeah. I didn't really I have faith in him that he would have figured. He always wanted to figure it out. That's the thing. Like he always wanted more for himself. I think it's just hard, you know, when you don't have a college degree or anything. Like I think it can be hard to get better. You don't know how to get better or do better. But we figured out something. He got you know, a license to be an insurance adjuster. So it's just a test. It's like $350. I funded it. I used my savings to hold us while he got established in his field. And yeah, it worked out.
I got so many.
Yeah, y'all can. I mean, it's fine. I'm giving the abridged version. It was so much in
Yes,
between, but like,
it's so many questions.
The
Wow.
story's so juicy.
yeah, because I like literally had a boyfriend when I left Seattle. Like I had been dating a guy for 6 months, and we had been dating for 6 months, and we were still together. And when my now husband came to visit, he was like, you know, I was kind of talking to him about it, and he kind of agreed. Like he's like, I think you should try that. Like you should at least go back and give it room to like, if something's gonna happen. I was like, yeah,
supportive. Wow.
Yeah, he was not American man, so he was very supportive. And yeah, so
where was he from?
Bulgaria.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
So that's our hunting grounds, ladies.
No, I dated everything in Seattle. I dated everything, like all kind of races. Like I was just in my exploring phase, and that was the point. That's why I didn't get married. So I feel like it wouldn't be fair for me to say that was one of the reasons and then not explore. So I definitely went out there.
Does your daughter know that her sadness was an integral part in Daddy and Mommy intersecting again in life, like two Final Destination sequences?
Did I would say? Does she know? Yeah, she knows. Yeah. She knows. Yeah, she knows that.
Isn't that crazy that her sadness was transmuted into y'all's second chapter love story?
Yeah, because I wanted her to know. Like, I think I've always wanted her to know she made me a better person. Because like if I would have had her, I wouldn't become a nurse. I wouldn't be married because I feel like my kids were a big driving force for me getting married. I could just be with somebody and not get married. But you know, I'm married because I wanted my children to have legal protections and be legitimized. And
yes,
we got beneficiaries, and you know, so they're a big reason for everything. So yeah, she definitely knows that she was, I think, a big part of it. I told her, I was like, oh, you seem really sad, and we're gonna go back. And we left like a month later.
When you felt like I need more experience, I need to explore more, did you have an expectation of what it is you thought was even out there in the outer limits of the universe?
No. I just knew I needed to kind of get a feel for it before it. Like I know my personality. Like when I do I have 100 out of 100 openness. Like even my mom always knew that about me. I don't think I would have been able to be comfortable in a marriage if I didn't explore, because I always wanted to. I never wanted to find the love of my life at like 19 and get married. Like I didn't care about none of that. I wasn't trying to have no kids. I wasn't trying to be in a relationship. Nothing.
Free was for them off streets.
I knew that my time was coming, and I had fully intended to go do that, but then I was introduced to the right person at the wrong time.
Wow, this is fascinating. Okay, hold that, Bree. Okay, I done forgot how to pronounce your name again, baby. Is it Mao?
No.
Eb, like ebony. Eb.
Well, my name, yeah, just like it's like short for Ebony. But well, my name is not Ebony, but it's Eb. We're gonna do Ebony. But that's Ma of Deuce Conscious.
Ma Abdus. Okay, I gotta remember Ma Abdus. Got it. Okay, Eb Ma Abdus. Okay, but so you done circle the block. Well, you didn't even circle the block. You just the universe just kind of folded in half and gave you and drove you straight toward the light. So when you said in the chat that you and your man were living out of state, and he moved.
No, he was living out of state. So let me just tell you how we met.
Yes.
And this is how it happened. Okay. So I came where I live at in Connecticut. And so he was working up here in Connecticut. And so I hopped on a bus going down to Georgia for a quick visit. And he in New Haven, Connecticut, the next stop for me, I seen him, he was getting on the bus. I was like, oh, he's nice, you know. And so, but I was like, yeah, he's gonna be my man by the time we get to Georgia, right? But I didn't even know he was going to Georgia. And so he got on the bus, sat behind me, and then came and asked me, could he sit with me? And I was like, sure. And so basically, we've been together since he sat in my seat. Like, no, nothing freaky, nothing. I wasn't going down like that, you know that.
Mhm.
But I was going down to visit my ex-boyfriend. But he was
Oh,
just
okay.
my ex-boyfriend. We were just friends at the
Mhm.
time. And he wanted to see me before I started a new job. So I was
Mhm.
like, yeah, I'll come. I said, you're going to pay for my ticket, I'll come. So
Mhm.
that's how we met. But the whole time that I was there, once he got to Atlanta, I was going on to Alabama, and we talked on the phone the whole time I was there in Alabama. I was visiting my ex.
Wow.
And so
You
I was
met your
like,
new man on the way to see your old man. My God, today. Wow. Wow.
but he was
Sometimes you do
just
that,
my
May.
he was my ex for real, for real. Man, he still had feelings, but he
Yeah.
knew that we were just friends, you
Yeah.
know.
Mm-hmm.
But I rest his soul. But yeah, we met that way, and
Wow, this is
on my
incredible.
I only stayed down there in Alabama for 2 days or what happened. And I was
Mm-hmm.
like, he was gonna meet me at I had a rest layover in Atlanta to switch buses to come to Connecticut. And so he was like, I'm gonna see if I could make it to the bus stop. I was like, yeah, all right, whatever. And so, but I was like, if he there, okay. And so when I got there, he was there sitting on like a little
Mm-hmm.
pillar. And I was like, oh. And so, and look how they canceled the buses. And I needed to be back in
Oh my! I
Connecticut,
mean, the universe was literally aligning. Like the Red
aligning,
Seas was just parting for y'all. My God, today, Jesus.
aligning. And so I had to stay in Atlanta for the night. Mind you, I had to be to my new job on Monday. This is Saturday. And so we ended up staying together that night, that Saturday. And
Mm-hmm.
then Sunday, I went back to Connecticut, and
Mm-hmm.
we stayed talking the whole time. And so we decided, like, he was going to come,
All right.
like, move
Hold on.
to
Put a pause
Connecticut.
in it right there. Put a pause in it right because I got questions. I got questions.
Okay.
Did you Did you already know by the time you went back to Connecticut, y'all now have spent time together? Y'all been on the
Right.
phone, cupcaking. Did At this time did you already now know you liked him, or had that
Oh,
not set yet?
I knew on the trip from Connecticut to Georgia.
Okay. And what was it initially? Like, were you already initially physically attracted and then became attracted to the person by
Definitely,
conversation?
initially it was physical attraction.
Okay. So he
You
was your
know,
type
and
physically.
he's nice looking. You know,
Yeah.
so it started there. But then, you got to have more than just what to look at. So,
Absolutely.
and I like to talk to my man. I'm a cerebral person, and you got
Oh,
to
period.
move something here.
That's God.
So moving like on the way to Georgia, we talked the whole time, like just getting to know each other. You know, what was he about? This and that. And so it just he had goals. I got goals. At the time,
Yes.
always got goals, but and he was moving towards them. So that's what I like. I was like, okay. And so I knew Connecticut, Georgia is a great place.
Yeah.
Okay. But I knew Connecticut is about the money. So I was
Mhm.
like, because his working in Georgia was like a pit stop. Like
Yeah.
he was doing some trap. He was like doing traveling salesperson. Like,
Mhm.
but he was driving the truck or whatever for them.
Yeah.
So once he came back to Connecticut, was like I broached the topic. I was like, so you know, you could do big things in Connecticut. You always could move here. And we just knew that we didn't want to stay like in my old place where my
Mm-hmm.
old man was at. So
Yes.
I was like, I said, look, I don't know how fast that apartment, could get
Mhm.
done, but when he came up, because it was my birthday, like at the end of the next month, like the
Mhm.
month after we met. Well, this month, March 25th, is 17 years.
Wow.
So he ends up coming up still. And if you knew the things that we went through, like
Mhm.
with him coming up,
Yeah.
thinking it was like, oh, so this ain't supposed to happen. I was
Mm.
supposed to go pick him up from the station,
Yeah.
and my car would not start. It wouldn't work. It would not start. And I was just like, no, he had some situation in New York, and he was like, his aunt lived in Jersey. He was gonna just go to her house. I said, no, this is about to,
That was
everything
that
is about to get
boyfriend in
messed up.
Atlanta putting that good juju on that situation, baby. He working that black magic from Atlanta, baby,
He was
blocking
like,
and all
because
that
that's
up.
a contest. If that car didn't start the next day without a problem, but
Wow.
I got somebody else's car
Mhm. A
to go
period.
pick him up.
Period, honey. Jumped in somebody
So
else, you can get your man
jumped in
home.
somebody
Period.
else's ride.
That part.
But honey, we stayed in a hotel for 20 days maybe,
Wow. Almost a
and then
month.
moved into our almost a month and moved into our new place.
Okay, so all right, so back up a little bit, and then I'm gonna let some other people get up in here, start asking some questions because I know I could go on
Okay.
all night. You wasn't scared. You were like, did you want a background check? Like, who the hell this nigga is? Like, what
No,
he got going on? Did you ever think to yourself, could this be too good to be true? Am I being hoodwinked? Am I being bumped? Like, or
like
you was just like heart wide open?
to be honest, I was heart wide open, but
Wide
my
open.
family was not.
Yeah,
Like
understandably,
because
because people
they're
crazy.
like, right, right, and but because on the way down there, I was like, I don't know this guy. Is he crazy? You know what I'm saying? But
Mm-hmm.
like I said, I don't know. We just talked all the way, so it's like I'm a good reader of
Yeah.
people. I feel that energy,
Mm-hmm.
and so I just knew. Like I said, before he even got on the bus, I knew.
You just knew.
So after
Wow.
that, and then when he came and sat with me, it was still like
Mm.
when he walked on the bus, he looked at me. I was like, yeah. And so like now he say, oh, so you looked at me like you knew what you mean you knew. So you put something on me, huh? I said, shut up.
Baby, you gotta ask her because baby, the way you turned that man every which way but loose, and that man just got turned out, love at first sight.
Yes,
You
like
believe
it,
it.
and and like anybody else would have called him like a real hard dude, like a
Mm-hmm.
man,
Yeah.
like, and that wasn't. To be honest, like when we met, he was living with, not even living there, but he was still, to be honest, he was living with his ex, but he
Yeah.
wasn't living because he was traveling. But I was like, do she know she your ex? Do she know she your ex? And he was like, yes, she knows she's my ex. But he he's doing something too. Obviously, we both are doing something because his ex was like, you can move her down here with us. I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, what kind of shit you think this is? No, no, tell her bye bye. You know. And so,
Mm.
but they weren't together. If he was with her,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have crossed that line.
Right.
So
But were
You
you
know,
a believer of like love at first sight? What was your attitude at the like when you realized, oh my God, I
no,
like this
okay.
man?
I think I could say that I was a believer in love at first sight at that time because I'm because I've had other situations,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? But with him, I just I knew it was going to go further. Now it was time like at a point where I was like, it may not go no further, you know. But
Mhm.
we've never been apart from each other. 17 years, you
17
know,
years.
17 years, and we never broke up. Never been with anyone else, you know. And I know, hey, but some
Mm.
people may say, hey, you never know what he was doing. I know what he never stopped doing here,
Ah,
you know.
that
Ooh, I
part.
almost
So
Oh,
called the
they
Holy
don't like
Ghost.
that kind of. Oh, they don't like that kind of teaching. That part, baby. I know what he ain't stopped doing.
right, you know, so
Wow.
nothing's not. So, but yeah, I had my first son a year after we met. I mean,
This
excuse
is
me, I
crazy.
got pregnant. I got pregnant a year. I got pregnant
Mhm.
April after we
Immediately.
met. Like
Immediately.
basically immediately.
Basically.
Yeah.
Because you know, you be like, okay, I want to have fun for the first couple of years.
Mhm.
But see, here's the thing, conscious. I was told I wasn't having no kids. I have
Wow.
sickle cell, right? So, but my doctors always said, you can't have no kids, or it's going to be dangerous for you to have children, or whatever like that. But
Hmm.
and a year, so it was a surprise, baby.
Yeah. That was a
But
love. That's a love child.
but that was a love child, you know.
Mhm.
And the same thing, I had my second child 8 years later. Eight.
Hey,
When I
wow.
thought that I was the one and done, I
Mm,
was like, hold on, what you mean? I thought I had a strep throat. I'm like, she was like, no, honey, you pregnant. I was
wow.
like, I said, okay. But that he's my we're each other's like anchors, you know,
Yeah.
and then that's how it's always been. And I
This
feel like
is
please he deal with because I have like I said, I have sickle cell, so
yeah.
like after a while, like I'm the type of person that have to be like going back and forth to the hospital a lot.
Yeah.
And I'm like, if he could deal with that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Then then I know that I could deal with whatever he's offering out. But
Right.
he wasn't offering out like no negativity. Like
Mm,
he came up and got on his thing. You know, he went and got his CDLs because that's always what he wanted to do, drive trucks or own trucks. And so eventually he ended up buying his own. So that's what he did for a while. Now sit he sits and run his business.
nice.
So it's just and I keep saying I'm going back to a job somewhere, but no,
Mm,
I don't work, and that's
mm,
because like after I had my son, it just seemed like I like my health just act was just making me weak.
yeah.
So I I'm on medical leave, but
Mm,
I still got position at the company, but you know what I'm saying? I'm
mm.
home most of the time. But he holds it down. He a good man. He cooks for all of us. He does that stuff.
Baby,
You
that
know what
man
I'm
came
saying?
here not
So
to retire you, honey, to make work an option.
right, right. So that's why I'm like, that was a I I tell my kids the story. So that's why I smile like when you said, did Bree ever tell her daughter like she was the reason? Because my kids always be like, you know, how remember how y'all met? My 8-year-old be like, Ma, remember you met Daddy on that bus? I'm like, yeah, you remember the story? He was like, yeah. I said, yeah, because that's the story. And I said, that's the story that could be put in like movies or whatever, because the way we met was like can meet, anybody can meet like that, but does it work? Does it last? So that's my story.
Okay, I gotta get the panel in here to subject Bree and Ma to some things.
Cross examination.
Okay.
Cross examination time.
Uda, hey Uda, what's going on, Kane, in New York?
What's the vibe? What's the vibe? What's good, Conscious? What's good to the
Hi,
panel?
Uda.
How y'all doing?
What's going on, man? We're talking about circling the block, and in this age where relationships are a struggle, it's all this, it's complicated. We got two beautiful people who have managed to carve out an amazing family life, long-term successful marriages, and you got Bria who circled the block and went back to her prince after she realized that's what the frog was the first time, was a prince in disguise.
Right.
Yeah, it was. In disguise, honey.
Right.
And then we had Ma, who just lost her damn mind on a Greyhound bus, baby, and had to snatch her damn man up and then been married for damn 25 years. What do you think about the concept of circling the block? Because Bree is proof that it happens. I was sharing in my last live that I got an auntie who also did the same thing. Her and her high school sweetheart, they fell in love in high school. They had like 5 kids together. They were married for like 25 something years. Then they got divorced for like 15 and then got remarried, and they've been together, ever since. And they are, growing old as hell and going to transition together. So circling the block is a thing. What are your initial thoughts about circling the block, Uda? And is circling the block different for men than it is for women? Because I do want to ask the ladies.
Oh, that's different too. That's a good question. That's a better question. I think
how women think about circling the block and how men think about circling the block. But go ahead.
That's a better question. I think even when you put it in the sense of how men circle the block and how women circle the block, I think that's deeper. But sometimes you want that old thing back. Oh, Biggie, give me one more. Sometimes you want that vibe, man. Sometimes, and I can't knock that. You know what I mean? Sometimes,
have you ever experienced
in the space
the one that got away?
Nah, of course. You know how many great ones got away from me? I'm crazy as hell. But look, right? But it's just about, to me, it's like, sometimes like in the dating spaces, especially as we go further into this futuristic place now, where you could swipe left and swipe right and all this other stuff too. It just takes another element away from dating, away from meeting people. Because I come from a place in a time when you used to go out and meet people. If you ain't go out, you ain't go see nothing. Right? You know what I mean? You had to get out. You had to, even whoever you was, you found yourself outside, or you found yourself or who you were while you was figuring it out. You know what I'm saying? These days it's just more accessible. And a lot of those things are affecting some of that too. But when it comes to circling the block, I think a lot of times we are looking for something that we have lost, or we looking for something else that we missing. Sometimes because we don't appreciate sometimes things when we have them at the times. And a lot of time the dating spaces and just sometimes, like I said, it's really quick. So it's not even really about meeting people no more. It's like you can swipe left, you can swipe right. Like people just everything is so much quicker. Even sex, everything is just so much quicker right now.
Yeah.
So, sometimes you want to circle the block back because you just want that old vibe back, because that's really the vibe. You know what I mean? That's all it is. So I don't knock nobody to do.
Okay, so give me a flat rate question. I mean, response to like
what?
When men circle the block, the line of thinking is what exactly? And when a man realizes he wants to circle the block, is it because he knows that that's wifey there, or is it like unfinished business that he's curious about? What would you take your chance on?
Saying that is?
equating the circle in the block is about for men.
Hopefully. For me, only thing that really made me circle the block for real, man. Because you know, sex and all that shit is cool, man. Sometimes you might spin back for that, you know what I mean? As a man, you know what I'm saying? Because sometimes we don't appreciate, you know what I mean, the women that we be around or we have, and sometimes only when you know what I mean, you feel horny, or sometimes you will think something, you'll think to try to holler, and it be like that sometimes. You know what I mean? So I'm not talking about, that's not spinning the block to me. That's just you just trying to holler. You know what I'm saying? That ain't no spinning of the block. That's just you hollering, trying to get something. But as far as, you know what I mean, spinning the block, I feel, you know, I think men and women think of relationships different. You know what I mean? Even though we similar, I just think men and women think of relationships different. You know, women are more innate, they more, you know what I mean? They more internal as well. You know what I'm saying? They just got their different aspects to things. You know what I'm saying? Some men have some of these things in them, some women have some of the
Okay,
things.
now you giving us some broad language. Like, I don't know what that means. Like, you gotta
What's
like
the
paint the
mistake?
picture. Like, what way do men think about relationships that are different than the way that women think about
We're
relationships?
more physical than women are. We're
Okay, so
more
what does that mean? Like, y'all are
women
like,
physical, I think. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of things are physically driven, because it may be that maybe she doing her
lust.
thing and she with another dude that got you spinning the block. Like sometimes we need something to push us to make us spin that block. You know what I'm saying? Maybe she that. Or maybe you done dealt with this other one when she done told you. When you get with the next one, nigga done told you, nigga don't call my shit no more. Now you calling her shit now because you done felt what she said. Now you spinning back the block. You know what I'm saying? So it be levels to this shit. You know what I'm saying? It be levels to it, but everything that's about it is real though. It's not gonna be you're not spinning back for no fake one. You spinning back for real ones. Trust that. Whatever you spinning back for, you ain't spinning back for nothing fake. So trust that. She's one of them ones that got away, or you done was playing games, cheating like how I was doing, all type of dumb shit I be on. Or you know what I mean? And we gotta be real with ourselves, because that's the only way we're gonna grow as men. And we're gonna listen to the women, and the women gonna listen to us, and we're gonna build. And that's it, bro. That's
okay,
it.
so let me head back up to Bree Boulevard. Like, Bree, did you have any concern about being able to like feel for him again? Like, were you scared? Like, can I do this again? Can I be re-interested? Am I going to be able to like find the feelings again? Or like, what was your whole kind of like, you know, like when you got back to Atlanta and y'all talked?
Mhm.
I mean,
Yeah.
like, what was the process of? I don't know. I don't know
It
what
wasn't.
I'm.
I'm a pretty stoic person, I would say. Like I'm a practicer of stoicism, I would say. Not like I don't know my emotions or I'm not attuned or I don't show them. But I usually try to be like pretty pragmatic about a lot of things.
Mhm.
So a lot of the beginning conversation were pragmatic. Like we had a daughter. My mom was very much so like eccentric, so she chose not to date for the rest, like you know, because we were in the home. So it was kind of modeled to me. So for me, it started more pragmatic. Like I have a daughter, I've dated men, I can feel the uncomfortableness I project onto men when it comes to not being comfortable with them around my daughter. And that wasn't necessarily fair to them because I didn't go out here and have terrible dating experience. Like the men I dated were lovely, like pleasant. A lot of the relationships were just like what they were. We were trying to experience new things. It was fun. We all ended well. Like, so I, you know, it wasn't bred out of like a traumatic dating experience either, but it was just, I could feel the anxiety in myself about, do I really want to have a man who's not her father around her like full time? And because that was such a heavy weight on me, I thought it was worth considering giving him another shot, like spinning the block, because I knew at the core of him, he was a kind person. Like I knew that about him. So it was really a more pragmatic thing. It wasn't really a decision based on feel like super like, oh, I'm in love. Oh, I still feel that thing. It was a very pragmatic thing on the front end.
Okay, so with that being said, because that opened up another slew of questions, like, do you think the idea of like, oh, the fluff and the bells and the whistles and all of the electrical feelings, do you think that that's like overhyped, considering that? And in your situation, did it ever evolve back, like, did it ever evolve into all of that electrical feeling and like, oh my God? Or did you just remain in this healthy sense of self where you knew I got somebody I really care about, somebody that I do love, and this works, and we have reasons to make it work, and that was enough? Or did you?
Yeah, that was enough. Like, that was enough for me. I didn't need to feel. I had dating experiences outside of that relationship that I felt the butterflies and the tingles and the sparks. And I also saw myself in those relationships and saw how unhinged I was and chaotic I was and possessive I was. And I was just like, I don't like myself with some of this, clouding my brain. And so it did come. Like, we had chemistry. We've been together before, and so I knew it would come. I kind of just had faith that like it would come back, and it did. It went away once I got pregnant with my second child because hormones be whooping my ass. But this time I knew that was going to happen, and so when it happened, he and I both were better able to not internalize it as like, oh, we're not working. It was just like, these hormones are whooping my ass, and we need to figure out how to walk through this. And like clockwork, after year 3, I was back to normal. Yeah. Yeah. It was very pragmatic. It wasn't really an emotional thing at all.
Okay, so let me head over to Ma. Okay, I know Ma, y'all have been together consistently for 17 years, but that feeling, because I have heard like 80-year-old couples be like, my nigga still give me butterflies. Like, has it consistently been butterflies, or have you experienced the natural kind of fluctuation where you're like, oh, okay, like I'm really, really, really into my man, and then I'm just into him? Like, or is it always like that? I guess like just whatever that feeling is for you, has it consistently stayed that intense for the whole 17 years?
For the whole 17 years, consistently. For the most part, I can't say like, because you have to understand, if I'm not feeling good, I'm not feeling good. So, you know what I'm saying? But I could say I've always been in love with him. I've never fell out of love with him. Now, as I'm, may not be in the mood to do what we do, but it's there. You know what I'm saying? Like, 17 years, I could have another baby. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's still a healthy relationship as far as how we communicate, as far as sexually, as far as intimately, But I when I'm like really not feeling well, I could be you know what I'm saying? Like,
For sure.
but they say that, okay, so say for instance, so as far as with the connection thing, they say like he's a Scorpio, right?
Period. Shout out to the Scorps. Yes, God.
And I'm a Taurus, right?
Oh, that's deep.
But they said, look what they said. Like, this is what our horoscope. We read our horoscope, and it said, y'all was gonna be clashing. The only thing y'all was gonna be, fireworks was gonna be in the bedroom, but you guys are gonna bump. It's gonna be war outside of the bedroom too. And so with that, we took like, it's saying that we're not gonna work. And I was like, I think he needs a strong woman. Somebody that's not strong, he probably would have walked all over. And I need a strong man. A man that wasn't strong, I would have walked all over. So it's like with us, it works. Huh?
It's that iron that sharpens iron.
Iron sharpens iron. Steel sharpens steel. That's how I believe. And if it was any other way, it wouldn't have worked. It wouldn't have worked. But I'll tell you a quick thing, like real quick. So, I don't know if you know what is familiar with. Like, I'm RH negative, okay? And when you RH negative, you're supposed to, when you're pregnant, you're supposed to get a shot or whatever, or you will lose your baby. So in the past relationships, I've had a miscarriage before, but with my husband, come to find out, he's O negative. So it matched with, and that's the one way reason, because I didn't know I was pregnant for a while, and that's how our babies ended up surviving. Because he was O negative, that universal blood type. That
Wow.
so it's like it was just like set in stone, more or less.
Literally. Y'all were like the perfect match for each other's infinity stones. Okay, so let me ask William, a gay man. Uda, talked about the way that kind of like straight men operate when it comes to relationships, and I'll speak to that too. Would you agree, as a same gender loving man, William, that even for gay men too, that it's very physical focused, at least initially, that it's very kind of sexually inspired initially, even if it turns into other fluffy stuff later? Or do you think the loving men start from the inside out as it relates to connection?
So for me,
Hold on, William. Turn down the bullhorn, baby.
Okay.
You got my
let's.
You got the house shaking.
Sorry. Let me see what's going on here.
You sound like you reporting live from the throne room, baby.
Okay.
Turn it down a notch.
Okay, let me figure out what's going on here because my sound be sounding.
Okay, wait. I might be able to turn you down on my end. You might not have to manually. Okay, speak now.
Can you hear me now?
Speak
Am
again.
I still? Hello.
Speak again.
How about
Okay,
now?
yeah, it's fine. I guess everybody, I just have to manually adjust.
Now they gotta say, look, we gotta get in the quote. He said, "Back away from the vehicle, sir. Back away from the
turn
vehicle."
around too.
Yes, I said, like, everybody just sound loud as hell tonight.
Metro booming.
Let me see. If I back up, do I sound a little lower? If I back
Okay, you
up,
sound, yeah, like you
Yeah,
sound.
stay
I'm
right
saying
there.
we just gotta
Yeah,
back up
that
off the mic. That's
sounds
what I'm trying to
natural.
show y'all. We got to back up. We just
Yeah,
gotta back up away from the
baby, y'all
vehicle, y'all.
sonic booming on these mics,
We
baby.
gotta get away from the vehicle, y'all.
Okay. What about now? What about
Okay,
now?
yes.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yes. That's
Yeah,
enough.
you won't go. You won't go.
Yes.
Okay, good. My mic system was all the way up to 100, and I needed to bring it back down to a 2300.
That part. Okay, so same gender loving men. Just as physically inspired initially, or emotional, spiritual connection.
So in my experience, and I can't really speak to Uda's experience, but in my experience, it wasn't initially physical. We had actually spoken prior to it being physical about like all the things, like what our dreams were, what we wanted to do, and all of that good stuff before it even turned physical. And up to like we were speaking to each other up to like I want to say a month of us just talking and really working through some of our issues and really talking about all of our issues. And like I said, he lived an hour away from me. So I mentioned this in the last live. He literally lived an hour away from me. So we had a little bit of a distance problem. But that didn't hamper our relationship because we were able to go on for 2 years. So for me, it was all about just us talking. I mean, we literally were just speaking about all the things and what makes the other person tick, and it kind of got spiritual. You could almost call it like a spiritual revival because this is actually the first time he actually saw me for me, not for my disability, not for, me being in a wheelchair. He saw the person. And that was the one thing that I was nervous about when talking, and still to this day, I get you to say, and still talking to a lot of guys, is that I don't know if they will be able to accept the fact that I'm in a wheelchair and that I'm not able to drive myself to wherever we're gonna meet and all that good stuff. So there's a lot of, I think, on my end, factors that I can't control. And my
Yeah.
hope is that they would be able to accept those factors. Just
Because
when
you
they
are maneuvering through your dating life as a same gender loving disabled person.
correct.
Mhm,
And
go ahead.
no, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Can I say one thing, Conscious?
Yes.
Look, though, I'm not saying, look, when y'all ask me the question, what you're asking me, so I'm speaking very broadly, right?
Yes.
But
Yes.
so, I mean, but I'm just saying in a sense of like how sometimes like men are more ego driven and we're more physically driven than how women are sometimes, right? Like women got like an innate spirituality and like an innate thing in them. Just some things are just innate in women. So I'm telling you, this shit is crazy, but it is. But women just have like some innate stuff in them. You know what I mean? When we compare men to women, is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? A lot of great things I learned from women, bro. Not from no niggas. I learned it from women, real stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like all the stuff. Like they told me, do this, do this. How you talk to a woman? I learned that from a woman. I ain't learned it from no guy. No man ain't telling me.
You muted yourself, Uda.
Oh, my bad, y'all. My bad.
There
But
you
you know
go.
what I'm saying? The things I learned from women. So, but as far as attraction go, of course, you know what I mean? It's always going to be something higher that make us connect. You know what I mean? Me, I was too guilty of that sometimes because I connect so high on a level with so many people that, because, you know, I connect on spiritual levels, on higher levels and deep conversations and stuff,
And
right?
yet you happen to be trash romantically. Make it make sense.
Beautiful. And everybody gonna be back with me if they want to leave me. Trust me. So I ain't not trash in life. I'm just saying I'm not trash because I can speak about some things that I have done wrong because I know I'm growing every day and I want to grow. So you want a man that's gonna grow and he could talk online the way he gonna talk like openly. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
Like
how do you
about that.
how do you feel about this air that women are kind of moving past this idea of potential and want a man who is complete?
I'm not mad with her sister that want her thing the way she want her thing, but just make sure you equivalent and you add up. Just as long as you make sure you add up to what you want. Don't try to reach for something that you can't, you know what I mean, that you're not gonna do yourself or you can achieve. So, you know what I mean? And that's not about finances or nothing. You know what I'm saying? So even if this person's bringing finances, but you may bring the things that you bring to the table. So like everything is kind of even in all its ways. You know what I mean? Just make sure that you bring to the table what you bring to the table when that man do bring what he want, when you do ask for that man and you get him. You know what I'm saying? Just make sure you do your thing and y'all just do your thing. You know what I mean? So it's just that. So I don't think about man and women's like, cause sometimes women run stuff and women got their business right and they got their thing right. So you can't knock that. And it take a strong man to deal with a woman that's real powerful and got her things right. It take a real strong man, son. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause you might be trying to challenge that or try to knock her and trying to do things subconsciously or consciously just because you feeling a little insecure in your own self, bro. So it take a certain kind of man to deal with a strong woman too. So you know what I mean? That's why we need us to bounce off each other. And we always going to keep coming back to that we need each other. So we can't be on each other like we want to separate from each other, like a lot of this manosphere weirdo shit. We got to make sure that we together and figure this shit out. Uda, you wrong? Then fucking tell me. Let me figure it out. Then help me. The fuck, I ain't dumb. We going to figure it out. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
I need to do a survey super quick, and I just want everybody to say yes or no to this question. I can skip past the married individuals. So I'm gonna start with William. Do you have to be physically attracted first or initially to say yes to a date?
No. That's
That's all I
no.
want is a no. Okay.
No.
Rumors. Do you have to be physically attracted first to say yes to a date?
No.
Okay. Whitney, do you have to be physically attracted first to say yes to a date? And I think you're on mute, Whitney. She might be away from the mic, so we're gonna wait till she gets back. Uda, do you have to be physically attracted first to say yes to a date?
No, because I ain't even on the physical, man. Nah, she got to touch me on the neck.
I.
No.
Okay. Homebody, do you have to be physically attracted first to say yes to a date?
Yes. 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 Yes.
Okay. Regine, do you have to be physically attracted first to say yes to a date? And you're on mute, Regine, as well as Whitney. Both of them probably just.
Oh,
Okay,
what was the question?
do you have to be physically attracted initially to say yes to a first date?
I want to say yes, but trying to mature, you I want to say it's only attraction. Like, the face might not be my typical type of face, but I might say yes just because I want to try something different at this point.
Okay.
Reggie, you from Barbados? I love you. You from Barbados.
Where you from?
Shout out to Bajans. You from Barbados. Don't worry about where I'm from. You from Barbados, and I love you. Don't worry yourself. And I'm going back on mute. I done.
Thank you.
Okay, so all the folk who said yes, that they need to be attracted, which would be homebody. Why do you need to be attracted physically first to say yes to a date?
I think because it's reciprocal. Because for me, I keep myself up, like athleticism and like I just grew up in a family of athletes. So we always kept our body up. And then especially like my dad was always someone where, like, if we go into the family party, everybody better dress. Everybody better look good. And so like dressing and like being like fit and taking care of yourself, for me, it was like just embedded in me. And so I feel like if I'm gonna do my part and be attractive, then I need the other person to be attractive. Like, you're not gonna have sex with me and be on top of me and like I don't like what I see. Like, I can't. Some people can, I guess, have sex with people and it doesn't matter what the other person looks like. To me, it matters. And it's just because I feel like it's reciprocal. If you're taking care of yourself, the person you're with should take care of their self. And so that's where I stand with it.
I have a question for you.
Oh, here she comes.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Come on.
New
Behave
life,
yourself.
new energy. New life, new energy. Okay, sis? My question is, when it comes to attraction, do you only have one type of actually, this is a general question for everyone. Is it like just one type of attraction, or because you said you like athleticism, so is it only one type of attraction for you, or do you think that you could be attracted to somebody else, may not be as athletic as you, but may have like some other traits that you are attracted to?
No, I didn't say I like athleticism. I said I grew up athletic. So athleticism has been a part of my life. And so for me, fitness and being athletic has been a part of my life. So when it comes from me and who I'm attracted to, I need someone who is athletic or takes care of their body, takes care of themselves. Like, I'm very much a I don't want to get down to the nitty gritty, but like I'm very much like a teeth person.
Same.
The teeth is
They
gonna
have to
ruin
be
it
straight.
for me.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The teeth is gonna ruin it for me, and then the skin is gonna ruin it for me. Like, cause especially like as a woman, when you're kissing a man, like I be looking at the pores.
Oh,
I'm telling you, like when
the
I tell
pores?
you, because that just comes down to like me taking care of myself. Whoever is on top of me better be taking care of their self, and that's just the bottom line with me. But I'd like to hear, of course, what everyone else on the panel
Okay, I got a short.
feels.
Okay, so I asked that question because, and I guess I shouldn't be surprised because sometimes I be thinking like I'm everywhere in the world, but clearly I'm not, because I was kind of surprised by all the yeses in the chat to the fact that people have to be attracted physically first to go on a date.
Yeah. I'm going to say something about that too. I'm going to shut up then.
Yes, because what I found, and I always share the story, and it's gonna make it super quick. But I had a boyfriend named Justin when I was like 20, and I thought Justin was an ugly piece of shit when I first saw him. Like, I was not. It wasn't even supposed to be a date. It wasn't anything. Like, he was the cousin of like one of my good friends at the time, and I went to hang out with my good friend, and Justin was like a tag along, and I just remember not being attracted to him. I remember like distinctly saying, "Wow, this guy is like very unattractive." Like, and I'm not even the person that makes those assessments anyway, but that's just how strikingly unattracted I was to him physically. And then to make it worse, he was actually hitting on me the entire fucking time that, we were all hanging out. And by the end of the hangout, he had asked me for my number, and I gave him my number just as a gag. Like, okay, like he got a great personality. Like, we can just hang out or whatever. So, make a long story short, like, he ended up asking me, to go on a date, and I said yes as a gag once again, like, and the date ended up being really cool, and it wasn't even nothing fancy. We just kind of like rode around town. He was letting me drive his car. I was driving it like a fucking hoochie mama. And, we went and got Chinese food and ate the Chinese food in the Best Buy parking lot. And we were just listening to music. And then he took me over to a friend's house. And, by the time he brought me home, he had asked me for a good night kiss. And I remember, like, I was literally like, I'm going to say yes, like I've been doing all day long, because this is just a gag. Like, there's nothing that's going to come out of it. Like, obviously, I felt like it was a mercy kiss, and it was just a little simple 1, 2, 3 peck on the cheeks, no tongue, no nothing. And my head was blown off of my fucking shoulder blades when I locked lips with this dude. Like, this was like the second time in my life that I had ever experienced literal fireworks. Like, I literally could feel my chakra system all aligning like the fucking planets. And there was this literal explosion of energy inside of me. And from that moment, that nigga became my man. And I was head over fucking heels about Justin, like, for years. And
honey, that dopamine was kicking in.
But the question is why? Because how can I have went into a situation with someone I was literally not sexually, physically attracted to in the fucking least? Like,
No
not
attraction?
in the least. He was visually, like, my visual was challenged looking at him. There was no sexual potential if I was basing that completely off of, like, seeing with my physical eyeballs. There was not any remote potential, for physical attraction. And so I literally went in like, at the most, like, we'll be friends. But then after I was turned the fuck out by this first kiss and this great date, this experience stayed with me my whole life in terms of, like, what really is attraction and how many people are we attracted to without knowing it because of the blind spot of physical attraction to a person. Because I did not have a physical attraction, and behind that curtain was a whole romantic relationship, was a whole sexual attraction, was a whole goddamn universe. It was like digging up, like the soil and seeing this whole ecosystem of worms and ladybugs and all, and like life just teeming beneath the surface of the ground. And you would have never known that, because at first glance, it's just barren land. It's nothing there. And
but what were your previous experiences in dating, though? Did he do something different?
He was just a nice, funny guy. He was just nice.
You know what?
He was just really nice to me, and he was really funny. And obviously, like those two qualities had to be the pathway into.
That's all he had.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what it is? It's that soul, like, spark. And I feel like everyone who's like talked about like the one that got away, or the one that like their one true love, like it's that soul spark. And I'm not saying this person and that you're saying that you're talking about, Conscious, is the one true love, but I feel like sometimes though you do meet someone with that like has that soul spark, and then like it's a thing you can't describe, you can't feel, there's no time to understand it, and it's just that soul spark. And I saw something interesting, I think it was a meme, I can't remember if it was on Facebook or Instagram, but it said that if you line up everyone that you've loved, you'll see the pattern of your trauma, or you'll see the graph of your trauma. And so this conversation, like I'm thinking too, because I have also someone that I feel like is the one that got away. And then it's like when I was talking about that soul spark, it's like that soul spark, like when you think about like where you were in your life when you felt that with someone, like if you really think about it, like child, like that's a lot to digest, like if you really like think about it. But like it's just fascinating that if you line up everyone you've been with, everyone you partnered with, everyone you felt that soul like spark with, if you look at it and like you kind of like just really think about it and on a spiritual level, you can kind of see like the pattern and the ups and downs of like your own trauma, and like that reflection is something like crazy, but it's like so spiritually uplifting too. Like I don't know if that makes sense. Like I'm a spirit
Yo,
head,
that
like
makes
spiritual
sense.
person, but
That makes sense. Yo, hold on, homebody. Listen, I just want to say this. Listen, first of all, that makes sense, right? And I like how you speak. And you speak. You first of all, you're very well spoken. I'm gonna tell you that, right? Remember the first time you ran down, trying to koofy me, try to clip me.
oh, it was him.
It's me, you try to clip. But guess what? Don't worry about that. Remember, I came back and was apologizing to you too.
I
Nobody seen that.
remember. I
But
remember
nobody
because I
gonna see
remember
that
I
side
see your
door. I was apologizing
picture.
to you, right?
Yeah.
But look, I'm
No,
gonna tell
we're
you, even if
cool.
I know
Yeah,
that,
we'll
even in
start
front of
here.
everyone, I just want you to understand that. Listen to me. I have no problem with anyone. I don't have no problem with you. And understand that. Look how you're talking right now. It's inspirational, and the things that you're talking about is very powerful. And I appreciate your mind and what you're talking about. So that's all I wanted to time and to say to you. And I'm not, and because I know Laid Back wanted to say something. Laid Back Lens was saying something. That's all I just want to say. You know what I mean? I love you, sis. That's it.
Yeah, and let me clear it up too. And I can let me see your name. It's Oda on Go.
Yeah, Udon go. Udon
Udon
go.
Go. Because I remember like we got in a little spat or back and forth like a couple lives ago. Um, and like I feel like we didn't get a chance to address like what it was. And even at this point, like now, I feel like I can't even remember exactly what it was that we were upset with each other about. But I remember that we were upset with each other. And I remember like the live got out of control. And then I think some other panelists had jumped in. And then it got like way more out of control. But I do appreciate and I do recognize. I saw the comments and things that you left on the chat. And I felt like because you didn't stick around like through the whole live, I felt like you were just saying that kind of like to save face a little bit. And so I was like, oh, he doesn't even really like want to talk. But like you like taking a moment to even address the situation or acknowledge the situation, like I appreciate it and I respect you for it as a human being and as a man, because a lot of men don't do that. And I think it says a lot about you. And so I just wanted to call that out.
You know what's so funny is that y'all got into it because you did
Thank you. I appreciate you.
You did the Uda homebody what Regine did to you today. So this is a full circle. This
Oh,
is a
wow.
full
What did I
circle.
wait? Hold
Oh,
on.
no,
What did
no,
I do
no.
to her?
Don't compare the two.
What did I
This
do
is
to
a
her?
full circle moment, baby.
Don't compare the two because
What
I'll
did
tell
I do?
Regine right now. But we left that on the last live.
So all the love, bringing them all back in. Okay, so
Number love.
William, finish off on your previous talking point.
Okay, so you initially had a question, and that kind of got interrupted, and we went off on a whole other conversation. So, um, we were talking about how, like, as a gay, same gender, loving, whatever you want to call it, man that's also disabled, it is very, very hard uh for me to be out in the dating scene because um of the external factors of, do I have to take care of this man? Do I have to take him everywhere he needs to go and all of that good jazz and da, 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 da. So with my first love, it was very much I accept all of that. And I also already know that you already have caregivers that's already um um that is already there to help you with all of those things, so I don't have to lift a finger. You know, I might take you where you need to go and all that good stuff, but that's only like that's far true in between because I already have somebody there that can do all of that. So he so that right there kind of really stuck a pin in it for me because it allowed me to know that, like, okay, I can relax, I can breathe. He's not trying to trying to make me feel like he has he has to take care of me. He has to do all of those things. If that makes sense. Am I making sense?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, during those 2 year period, during that 2 year period, I did, as I said in the last live, I did learn so much about me, um, and about how I operated and all that good stuff. And my ex really showed me, like, you don't have to be this way. You don't have to, especially when it came to family. You can heal that. Like, you don't have to feel like to feel like you owe them anything. Of course you don't, but at least try talking to them. So I've never said a bad word about him ever since we broke up. Um and I would be eternally grateful to him for giving me the go ahead to basically be a human being. Because sometimes in relationships we're not allowed to be human. We're not allowed to really relax ourselves into our partner and be vulnerable. And for me, I was very in a vulnerable position. And he took that on. He basically said, listen, talk to me. I want to know. I want to hear you. But I'm also going to tell you about yourself. So that's how I was able to get past. He's not attacking me. He's not, he's not trying to make me feel less than. He's giving me criticism and the things I need to hear. So that right there by itself kind of really just gave me the strength to say I can take this. I'm not being attacked. I'm not being yelled at. I'm not being screamed at. So that to me is what sparked a lot of the personality changes over the last 6 years that I've been single. I'm not as impulsive. I'm not as stubborn, but I'm still stubborn. And that was because of that 2 year relationship that we had and that we shared maintained itself all the way up until the point to where I had to break it off. Because, like I said, my love language is physical touch. And he could only be there on the weekends. And sometimes he would not be there no longer than 2 weekends at a time, sometimes three, depending on if he's exhausted from work or whatever. So
Okay.
I didn't really get a chance to see him.
I know you should tell the ass, dude, because they was a op. Point blank period. I'm gonna tell you on guard. But
Okay, so because as William was talking, I was I don't know if I'm the only one who have a habit of doing this. I'm a lot better with it now, but when shit don't work out, my brain turns everything into hell about the situation.
Catastrophizing.
Yes. Does that happen to anybody else? Like, are y'all like, if shit don't work out, somebody disappoints y'all, like they treat you bad, whatever it may be, like, is it hard to
happens to
look
me.
through the experience and still find like, oh, like this person loved me, but it just didn't work out? Like, my brain is just like fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you all over the whole situation. Like,
That's a little extreme.
yeah.
So I'm the total opposite in that aspect. I really don't have any bad breakups. I've never had any bad breakups. All my breakups, like first of all, I've had my kid's dad and a couple of years ago call himself trying to break up with me. That was funny because I've never had anyone break up with me. And all the breakups that I've experienced have been very, very amicable, like almost like just really unbelievable.
Same here.
I don't leave out of relationships on bad terms. I always do the most and like really damn near like therapist style. That's a part of my being an empath or whatever. So even if the person
They
has
love
wronged
you.
me, yeah, but it's kind of be honest. It's kind of a little bit manipulating on my behalf. I'm just gonna be honest. Um, because I've never been faithful in a relationship.
You sounded
know,
like
but
Ooh.
we need to stop our bullshit because you sounded like me, and you sound like the person that cursed me out for real. Homebody, it was her that cursed me out for you.
I've never
It's
been
her, right?
caught being unfaithful in a relationship.
Child, this ghetto.
Wait, hold on.
Wait a minute. Wait a
It's
minute.
still
Wait a
happening.
damn minute.
Homebody.
I like the
Yeah, I'm
honesty
here.
though. Let's go.
Homebody, was it her that cursed me out for you?
No,
No,
It
that was
sounded like,
not.
who
no,
was
it
that
wasn't
strong woman that
her.
came and
I
said,
never
nigga,
even
you gonna learn today?
that
No,
was opinionated. I
You
never
gotta
Okay,
said
but
hear
I
no,
love
me.
her. My bad.
was.
You a strong sister too. I'm sorry, I got
TV,
two
you're gonna have
strong
to
sisters.
slide his mic
No, I
down.
think
You're
you
gonna have to
have
slide it.
I think it's hard because sometimes like the voices get confused, but no, it was someone else. Oh no,
It
it
was
wasn't.
opinionated.
No.
Hey, no, my bad, y'all.
But
Yeah.
the point to answer CTV's question, because of that reason, I've always left the relationship amicably because I've always felt like I got one up on you and you just don't know about it. But also my conscience,
Jesus Christ.
knowing that I was dishonest. Now, even though there was I was truthful in it, that's why I said being manipulative. I played a lot of mind games.
What is happening?
And so because of that, because I know that and there's a conviction in me, I knew that leaving out of those relationships, I couldn't go out being mad and making that person seem like, oh, per se, you're the bad guy, when I knew the things that I was doing and how manipulative I was being. And I didn't want the karma to come back on me that way. So I always ended things amicably where I can spin a block with every last one of them.
Do they know that you were dishonest?
Right. Do they know?
I did eventually tell them, and a lot of them don't believe it.
Well, okay, what were the things that you were doing? What were you doing?
Lie by omission.
No, I would just do, I would I would have these conversations where I would tell tell these partners at different times, like I am attracted to someone else, which was true. And I would make them think that they're willingly participating and giving me permission to have these outside relationships, that it wouldn't matter. I was going to do it anyway. And I more than likely had already started emotionally having these other relationships.
So you just instead of
So I
being in
just
open
manipulated the situation
relationships,
so
you
I
just
could have my way regardless either way. Yeah.
Oh.
And everybody was willing to do it, But I knew that I was being manipulative. Like I knew that that was just a way to ease my conscience instead of just. But now, like things are
Right.
a whole lot different for me. I'm older.
Yeah, my
I
kid.
actually know better, and I wouldn't want no one to do that to anyone, because the reality is you don't have to manipulate a person into doing anything. You give people the opportunity and really allow them to make decisions. A lot of people will go along with things, as you were saying, Bree. Like, believe it or not, a lot of people will actively participate in open relationships.
Yeah, they will.
You know what I mean? Like, contrary to popular belief, like people will be okay with you dating multiple people and being involved with them, and to some degree have some commitment to them. So I had to kind of mature and take accountability on like what I wanted to achieve. I didn't have to be manipulative at achieving it.
So were you fucking more than one person at the same time? Or were you just like emotionally?
No, I had rules to it. I had rules for myself, which was really it was just all stupid and immature. I had rules for myself to make me like to ease my consciousness.
So you
But when
wasn't
it was all
smashing
said
them?
and done, I knew that I was still being manipulative. So
Oh.
you know, you get what I'm saying?
Were you smashing them?
Of course.
Oh,
I
okay. I
appreciate
just
your
wanted to be
honesty,
clear.
Ru.
I just wanted to make sure. I just
I
was making sure I
appreciate
wasn't
your
listening.
honesty.
Yeah.
So hold up. So
I appreciate her
Who
honesty.
are these men?
I have some questions.
Hold on.
So
And if we ask that question, Will, let me ask Bree, the circle the blocker.
Yeah.
Could you have circled the block for rumors and tea?
If I found out that they were
Yeah.
lying to me the whole time and sleeping, no, you're not trustworthy. No, you're not trustworthy.
Okay, because I was gonna. Okay, because I'm gonna come back to that after William asks his questions, because since you successfully achieved circling the block, obviously there must be like levels and like a hierarchy in terms of like
values.
Yes, like
right.
what you probably could circle the block for, and then kind of maybe when that line of demarcation need to be like, nah, baby, I'm good on you. But we'll get to that. William, your question.
So my question is, so I think this was already answered, but how did they find out that? I mean, I think you already said that. Yeah, and they still didn't believe you. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, because my action, like nothing. There was never no drama. Nobody ever called anybody. There was never like no room. And they felt like because I openly spoke about these things, they didn't see any deceit. And I like repeatedly told like, no, I was very deceitful, because I was already engaging before it became like sexual. I was already engaging because I'm the type of person, I believe that like if you're emotionally bonded with someone else, that's a form of cheating for me as well. So I was already engaged, and I cannot like I'm not aesthetically, I can see that you are a good looking person, but that does not stimulate me. That's not attractive for me. That's not like, it doesn't do anything if you don't stimulate my mind. So obviously, if that is what is stimulate, like, the attraction for me, that is a form of cheating. And so I had already gone there. And when I would tell them, like, it was weird, because a lot of times people, I don't know why, they just associate like mainly the physical as cheating. So these people didn't believe. And I had relatives that would be telling them like, y'all crazy as hell for dealing with her, et cetera, et cetera. And I used to get mad, like, mind your business, like, or whatever. But yeah, I was not 100% truthful. So therefore I was deceptive.
So were you telling these men that you are fucking other men, or were you telling these men that I'm attracted to other people and kind of like talking to other people? Like, what's the degree to this?
Like, I'm attracted to somebody else, I'm really interested or whatever. I don't want to cheat on you. I think we should take a break or so. We could still talk, be cool and everything, but I don't want to cheat on you. Like, I know I'm going to go there. So I just like, I'm just letting you know what it is. Yeah,
you would,
and
break up to cheat and then go to the next one, go to the next one, go to the next one.
Okay, but did you fuck someone else on the break or during the courting of this one person?
Well, of course I'm not sleeping with two people at the same time. So yeah, like, they would be thinking they're allowing me the opportunity to see, because I would, again, be manipulative. Like, I don't want to do this, and this person may be it for me, and they may not. You know what I mean? I may find out the grass ain't greener on
Okay.
the other side and come back. But very manipulating in how I was, approaching a situation and laying it out for them.
So
Right.
I'm gonna
I get it.
ask. So I would basically answer Constance's question that he just asked. Bree. There is no way in hell I would probably circle back to you, circle the black back to you if I find out years later that you actually were lying the entire
That's okay. I mean, and that's okay. I don't feel no kind of way about that, honestly,
Yeah,
time. I
or
know
being
you
whatever the
don't.
case may
deceptive.
be. I know
You
that
admit it.
it's
Of
not
course
one.
you don't feel no kind of way.
No, I don't. Like, I mean, if any of them would choose not to, that's if I want to go and re-engage and all of that. But any of them that don't want to, yeah, like, I ain't forcing nobody to do anything they don't want to do at this point in my life, honestly. But I would
Well,
be
let me
okay with
ask you
that.
this, Rumors. So how does that? Because I'm not like I'm a very spiritual person. Like I'm the girl with the spirit, with the crystals, with the meditation, with all the plants in the house, girl. So like on a spiritual level, like how if you're being unfaithful, and I guess this goes for anyone who has been unfaithful. Like my question, I guess, is like how do you balance all of those like personalities? Like how do you remember, like, because I feel like any sort of emotional connection you have with someone is such a big like energy transfer. So when I hear people like talk about being unfaithful, I always wonder, like, how do you remember what everyone said? How do you remember what's going on in everyone's life? How do you remember how
Just like
everyone
you remember
feels? How
every
do you
other
remember how to
interaction,
react with everyone? So like, and
homebody, is
that's a
just like
lot
you
on your
interact with
spirit. So
everyone.
is that
You
easy to deal with?
don't you interact with multiple people throughout the day?
Multiple people throughout the day, but not multiple people throughout the day that I have an emotional
Are you
connection
saying
with. And you
romantic
were just
But
saying,
connection?
you
no,
You
said
mean
that
romantic?
you're
It's easy
because I
if you think
think
emotionally
about.
she.
unfaithful first.
Yeah. It's very simple. Think about how you keep up with all of the current serious relationships in your life, to your family, to your siblings, to your aunts, how you know everybody business, you got your connection to everybody, you are aware of what everybody got going on in their life. I mean, it doesn't work any different romantically. Like if you can have a bunch of other meaningful relationships that may be non-romantic, then I mean it's just adding.
So it's not like very it's compartmentalized the same way you would compartmentalize any other relationship, basically.
And
So,
I'm
Rumors, what were you getting from these various men? And would you describe this as a whole phase for you? Did you
It
ever have
wasn't just men, but they weren't just men. But go
women?
ahead.
hey, turn up.
Yes.
Okay, these people then, like, what were you getting from them that you felt? Did you feel like you had a deficit, or like yeah, just explain that part for me.
It's like any other, that goes back to what homebody kind of was asking, what consciousness says. Just like any other relationship. See, I'm not a person that believes that one person could fulfill me. Like, first, the fulfillment starts with myself, right? But I believe in community. So, like, I would be the type of person that I can be in a polyamorous relationship, a polygamous relationship, or whatever the case may be. I don't look for one person to fulfill every role or whatever it is I want them to bring to my life. I don't look for one person to provide that for me.
Okay, I mean that makes sense. So you don't
What
really
me
believe in
emotional?
monogamy?
Okay, so I have a question too. I mean, so like when you say like you never believe that one person could fulfill you, like, so did it mean that as you were experiencing these partners that you would feel that there's like, oh, like I got extra space on my hard drive, like I can still feel like that there's void. So like what did it feel like how did you know I wasn't being fulfilled? Like it only felt like a partial fulfillment, it was like extra space left over.
Well, I can say back then, knowing what I know now, for back then, I feel like it was like I was almost like an energy vampire.
Oh,
So you
okay.
did have a void.
Oh, so you had a
Um,
curse. You had
It
like
was a
a
void.
because I would have these
have a drive.
like it was like short.
A
It was
craving.
everything. Yeah. I could go with that one if you want to. Yeah, like because it was just like a in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. Like like
And our
I
shop
don't
said,
know. Like I
"Fuck
don't
it,
know.
bitch, with us."
Succubus vibes.
I'm
Would you
trying not to. I'm not trying not to take the long way. So I'm just trying to cut the chase. So it was like it felt very much like, dang, like okay, I got what I needed from you, or what I wanted from you, or what this was in the moment I've experienced this, and I'm good.
Did you reciprocate at
I
any
don't,
time?
in no way, form, or fashion. And to be clear, it was not about sex because I could fulfill my own needs always. But there was like a stimulation that my brain needed
Yeah.
in those, you know what I mean, in those engagements.
It was
And
more than just sex. It was like the mental stimulation and
yeah, it definitely
connecting and
was.
right.
Yeah, definitely was. So it was like, you got to get a restart, time to get a recharge. You know what I mean? Like, let's recharge your
Dopamine.
battery or whatever the case may be. And it really was truthfully like that. And so I didn't feel like I was really causing any harm or injury to anyone. But there was something down deep in my subconsciousness that knew that I was not being 100% truthful. Like I was approaching the situation in a very manipulative way. I didn't know that.
So when did you heal that part of you? How did you heal
When
that?
did I heal?
Yeah, how did you heal that part of
When
you?
honestly, when I realized it was never there was never really a reason for me to approach the situation in a way that I could not be 100 and like completely transparent, like, and just say, this is what I want to do. This is what I've already started to do. Like I had already got the ball rolling before I approached my partner and let my partner know things was already in motion. So regardless if they would have said, yeah, okay, we cool, let's like, and let me be clear why it was definitely manipulative on my behalf, because never did I give the verbiage. And even when my relatives would interject and speak on certain things or whatever, I would get upset because they would defend my partner and be like, you crazy. If she could do it, then you should be able to do it too. And it was like, no, 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 no. No, they can't. And that's when I realized, after having my way for a good period of time, I really realized like, damn, that's messed up. If it's okay for me to do it, why is it not okay for my partner to do it?
Well,
And why am
I
I
wonder too, like, what was it like? Because I feel like you're basically like describing like a covert narcissist to me.
could have been.
And so, like, when you say
That
you
could have
knew it
been.
was manipulative,
But
like
narcissism
I
can
have,
be healed
I
though.
my,
So,
huh?
but they say, not to cut you, but they say that narcissism can't be healed. So that means she will still be a narcissist.
Well,
You can have
my
narcissistic
question was
characteristics
gonna
and
be,
then just be a full blown art. Mm-hmm.
You
my
got too much
question was
beef.
gonna be like, what is it like when you're in this relationships and you're being manipulative, knowingly being manipulative, as you've said,
Say was. You saying using the
or
word
was,
was?
yeah,
Thank you.
knowingly was being manipulative. Like were you getting like, was it like a dopamine boost when you were involved with these people? And
Of
like,
course.
what were you
Anything that makes you feel
getting?
good is giving you all of those hormones.
Right. If you keep doing it and seeking it, it's dopamine.
Yeah. It's
Uh,
that.
so then did that just stop? Like you just didn't need that boost anymore?
I've
Did
been in
you find something else to get that boost from?
I've been actively participating in therapy, counseling all my life.
Okay,
I think that
that's a dopamine boost right there. Yeah.
for me personally, just being on a healing journey for some things in my life, having the tools, having conversations, being made aware of certain things, like just looking at yourself from the inside and out helps you. Well, it definitely helped me see like a lot of selfish decisions that I made, right? Not really considering, because if you didn't know, you didn't know. But again, my self-consciousness knew that, I was not innocent at all. And I didn't want to appear I literally would go on campaigns with my exes and like have certain people that they would trust tell them like, yeah, she was doing this, she was doing that the whole time, et cetera, because my consciousness was not just would not rest knowing that I have these people thinking one thing when it really wasn't that. And that was like kind of like, then I had to look at myself like, why are you telling them something that they did not need to know? And then I realized that it wasn't so much about me trying to like erase the guilt trip from myself or anything like that. It was about me like, I'm a person that I have to say it out loud for it to be tangible. I can know it, but saying it out loud makes it a
I get
reality.
it. Yeah, I get it. Yo, I like it. I love and one thing I always loved about you, Rumor, is like I love like how you tell your story, and I love that you do tell your story like without any buffers or anything like that. And I appreciate you like giving me and like everyone else on the panel a chance to ask questions also.
Yes. Okay, so I have a question for let me see, hold on, because damn, it's so much stuff going through my head. It was something that rumors said that I wanted. It's some rumors said that I wanted to ask, but I kind of forgot what it was. So it'll probably return back to me. I wanted to caveat over into I guess can we talk a little bit about like okay, I don't know where I want to go, but I'm just gonna go back to the whole like levels of forgiveness thing. Hold on, no, it's kind of something Rumors and T said that it's kind of jumping back through the window. I don't know what it is. It's trying to come through the download, trying to come back through.
You can
Because
feel it.
like I said, that made me want to
Feel it.
because it manipulative. Let me see, narcissism. I don't know what it was. It was something. Okay, so the hierarchy to like circling the block again. There's a scripture that's very interesting, and it's been interestingly interpreted and applied in various ways by various people that says that love covers a multitude of sin.
Ooh.
How much could y'all love survive? Because I have heard some very extraordinary circumstances in which people utilize and employ love to overcome relationship disasters and injuries, everything from theft to physical abuse to sexual abuse to infidelity to out of wedlock children to drug addiction. I mean, there's been, some people have experienced all of these things in one single damn relationship. How far have y'all's love been able to take y'all as it relates to forgiveness?
Well, I didn't answer that because like when you were asking that question, it reminds me like how far can the love go? For me, it was like cultural boundaries or cultural barriers. I'm African. I was born in Sudan. And I ended up like kind of falling for someone. So like my big brother was like the star basketball player in our city. He was all over the newspaper. And there was another boy at a different school, and long story short, we were 11 and the romance lasted like until we were 12. And the thing is, so my brother was like the star basketball player in our city, and this boy that I liked was a star basketball player like in like a couple cities over. And so like, and this is like back in the day. This is like this might bring back memories for some people, but remember when your teachers used to read the newspapers, or your teachers would have the newspaper in class and they would put down the newspaper or whatever. Child, they don't have newspapers anymore. That's how old I am. But it would literally be like the teacher would be having their coffee when the kids are coming in class, and the newspaper would be my brother, and then like they're going to the playoffs with this guy, the boy that I liked, right? And so it comes into cultural barriers because like I remember one day my brother like walked up to me because this guy was also from Sudan. But he was from a different tribe, and I didn't know that. Like I didn't know anything about it. I just thought he was like fine as hell. And so my brother like came up to me one day. I think it was like high school graduation, because I guess like he found out that he found out I was gonna link up with this guy. But anyway, he was like, do you understand like what this means? Like, you know, like if like dad finds out, like, you know, like his tribe, like they don't like that and stuff like that. And so like I didn't make anything of it, but let me tell you where it gets like difficult, because you hear about everybody, all these women in America, y'all want to marry African men or get at African men. Y'all don't understand how serious and how deep the cultural commitment that African men have, and like that cultural oath that you take if you're involved with an African man, like that shit is very serious. So back to this. So basically my big brother, he was like, I'm not gonna, you know, tell dad, like, you know, like just, you know, like just make sure you know. So a couple years later, right, I go to college, he goes to college, he gets a degree in government. And
condense it, because we got a lot of folk on the
right,
share.
Right. So he gets a degree in government. And so the thing is, with his tribe, you have to have a baby and take the baby to the elders to show them that like you're serious. And especially if you're going to work in government, like it's something that you have to do.
Yeah.
And so long story short, he ended up having a baby. And like when I found out like the devastation and like I remember going back to my brother talking about it, and he was like, I told you. He said, I told you, it's different tribes, they go by different things. And so when you talk about like how far will the love go, like that was too far for me. Like I couldn't go past like what like tribal or cultural like rules were. You know what I mean? So like for me, like it goes that was how far basically like it was for me.
Okay. Bree, what is the point of hell no?
I'm pretty open to a lot of things depending on the amount of disclosure and how I had to find out. I'm generally
okay, hold on, wait, pause. I was like, that brought it right back. What I
okay.
So crazy how God just used you. Okay, so and I was starting asking you this because my question was like, and it was based off of what Rumors and Tea was sharing about being a chronic damn cheater. If your partner, and I guess y'all will have to ask yourselves this, I guess, as the perpetrator. Like, if you do something, and it ain't got to be cheating really, but if you do something that you know your partner would be fucked up over, whatever that is, but you make an executive decision to never do it again, is it okay to forfeit being transparent about what you've done to your partner?
That is called a lie by omission, and it is still a lie. So to me, you're still a
but
liar.
Can it be a lie if your partner doesn't even know?
It's a lie by omission. That is a real thing. That is a real thing. A lie by omission is it's still a lie. So yes, if it bothers your conscience and you know you're hiding it, then that means you're lying by omission.
But what if it doesn't bother your conscience once you've forgiven yourself?
Well, why would it not bother? If you knew your partner was mad about it, that becomes a part of your conscious process. So then it probably would bother you. Because
but if I forgave myself before I told my partner that I no longer feel guilty.
I mean, you could be full of shit, but you still a liar though. You still a liar. You could choose not to. You could take it to the grave if you want to. I mean, because like for me, I'm a pretty trusting person. I'm not controlling. I don't feel like I possess my partner. I don't really bother myself about thinking about all the ways they could deceive, lie to me, cheat on me, hurt me. I just don't generally think that way. So for all I know, my partner could, because I give my partners room. I don't really be checking up. I'm not really.
Right.
So as long as it don't come in my realm of perception, then I mean, who can say? But if I depending on how I find out or how it's disclosed to me, it really determines how I accept or receive the information.
Okay, y'all. And the definition of lying by omission is it occurs when you leave out important details to intentionally misrepresent the truth. It's a dishonest behavior that can negatively impact your interpersonal relationships, which is why I say if your partner don't even know.
But then you're gonna the dynamic. A relationship is a dynamic. You put in some, they put in some. So you lying and you know you lying, then that means you have to be deceitful and you have to keep hiding, and that means that you're bringing the energy of deceitfulness into the relationship, which typically ends up being the other person projecting deceit on the other person because they're really being deceitful. So it's
and
still
the levee is gonna break. That
yeah, it
levee is
ruins the
gonna break.
relationship. Whether they ever find out the thing or not, it's going to enter into the dynamic and create a toxic skew you don't really want.
Okay, so let me read y'all these lyrics about one of my favorite lying by omission songs. And it's by Life Jennings and Fantasia called Hypothetically. What if I broke our monogamous agreement? What if I told you I lied but didn't mean it? What if my one mistake had the potential to break up our happy home? Would you want to know? What if I confessed it and though she didn't mean nothing since it happened, you're thinking about leaving? What if I suppressed it and made a vow to never mess with another? Is it cool for me to smother the facts? Is it cool for me to cover my tracks if you never know? Or would me not being honest hurt you more? Hypothetically, of course, are there some things better left unsaid, or would you want to know instead? Hypothetically, of course, are there some wars not worth fighting, some tears not worth crying? Hypothetically, of course, what if this happened to you? What would you want me to do? So with what Bree said, right? Okay, Bree just said if it doesn't come into my orbit, then whatever. There are some people who are like, if you cheat, bitch, it better never show up. It better never show up. Does that omit wrongdoing then? If the partner says, look, whatever fuck shit you want, baby. If you can be on your fuck shit and it never show up in my orbit,
I'm gonna say this before other people. It for me is wisdom because my life experience has taught me that with someone I'm intimately and emotionally connected with, any shift in their energy, I'm gonna pick up on it. So I just have faith in myself and I have faith in just how I've seen life work. That for most people, they're not gonna be able to pull off something like that, and you just get no whiff of it. I mean, it's just, you know, you can tell when people shift. I can tell when the people in my house sick before they even spike a fever. You know, it's just like I just that's wisdom. That's me giving myself room to not be anxious about what my partner's doing when they're not in my realm of observation. But I truly believe that it will come out if you are doing some truly crazy stuff.
Also, too, I would say this. In my house, my caregivers will tell you, I don't miss not a damn thing. I don't miss not what you doing. I don't miss what you if you sitting down. I don't miss the expressions on your face. I don't miss not a damn thing. So if I know something is off with you and your energy is fluctuating hard, oh, come into my office. Let us have a good old sit down about what's going wrong with you. Because we need to have ourselves a good old conversation. I do that with every caregiver that I've ever had. But if it's a romantic partner, oh, we're going to be having some conversation. And it's going to be some furniture moving in this motherfucker. Especially if I notice your energy shift and it hadn't shift like that before. I know even before you even get into the house, something was wrong. So we're going to have some conversation. It's going to be deep, but we're going to have some conversation. So
okay, because I want everybody to answer that question. If you were if you found the relationship of your dreams, I mean, you couldn't be more fulfilled and happy with your partner. And there was something that they did that would absolutely compromise your emotional and mental experience of them. And they had a private opportunity to make it right with themselves and never do that again, posing no threat to the future. Would you still want to know about that thing that could fuck up the entire experience as a whole? I'm gonna go with Arumas.
No, I'm not a hypocrite myself. I would want to know.
You'll want to know why.
I have, because I have a level of emotional intelligence that will allow me to not be upset in a way that, like, I just want my mate to be honest with me. Like, I give room for people to be human, whether it's you intentionally and did something that I wouldn't be happy with, or because I don't really see cheating as accidental. I don't. So I don't even want to use that verbiage. If you've done something that you know that will hurt me or whatever, allow me the opportunity to go through the process of healing and choosing to stay with you. I don't want to be manipulated, even though I did it. I don't want to be manipulated based upon a person being fearful of me leaving them. Because 9 times out of 10, if I love you, I'm going to want to work it out.
So then
So
and that's the ultimate question: is if in the end you would get over it anyway, why do we have to bother with the inconvenience?
For me, for me, the trust thing is, it's like, no, for me, it's like, I want you to trust me enough to be able to handle, because that's what I know personally. For me, I didn't feel like the people could, and that was because of what society perpetuates or whatever. I didn't think those people could handle the unadulterated truth. And that wasn't fair. That's what made the situation manipulative. It wasn't fair to take away a person's right, whether they did have the ability or not. I still took away their right to even figure out if they had the ability. I don't like, that's like control. I don't like stuff like that. And so that was, that's the reason why I'm saying, like, even if it hurts me, still allow me the opportunity to make the choice for myself. Don't make it for me.
I would answer Wilmington T. Yes, I'm with her. I would want to know myself, because my reasons are because exactly what Wilmington T said. Basically, allow me the opportunity, trust me enough to know that, yeah, it will hurt, but I would not end the relationship right then and there because it hurt. We need to have some tough conversations, and whatever those tough conversations looks like, we really just need to talk it out. But other than that, would I end the relationship even though it could be compromising? No, because I'm a worker, and I don't like to destroy something that I know it has been working really well for me and my partner. If he made this mistake multiple times, then it's no longer a mistake. You're actively choosing to participate in this cheating. But if it was only one, then no. I would not end the relationship right then and there.
Okay. Regine.
Okay, so for me, this is going to be a little hypocritical. Okay, if we're talking about, well, in general, yes, I want to know everything. If it's something that would change if it's a lie that will change my reality, like cheating, I still want to know, because I don't know. I feel like for me, I don't trust people easily. I don't know if I can ever trust someone 100%. and I don't know like what route I would take if I'm with someone and then they cheat on me. So yes, I would want to know. But on the other hand, for me, if it's something that I know won't change that person's reality, I'm not really a cheater. I don't see myself ever cheating. But if it's something that won't change that person's reality, then I probably wouldn't say anything.
Oh, and why? Because
I mean, I guess it's a little bit of a selfish trait, no? Like, and I know my personality, I feel like I'm a very kind person. So that's why I say, like, I probably,
kind enough to not tell somebody the truth about something that could be potentially life changing.
I can't see myself ever doing something like that. But if I were, I wouldn't tell them just because I would forget about it. I would make myself forget about it. Like it never happened.
But wouldn't you say that you sort of owe them that though? Because
No, they don't. I'm not. I don't owe them anything. I just owe them how I treat them, and that's what I
mean,
try
but
to
that's
do.
but somebody who's gonna cheat probably believes that. I don't know why you would expect someone who would cheat on you to have a different value set than the one that they're actively moving in, which is
And
a
who's to
selfish
say
one.
that they won't? Like, I'm not saying that it can't happen to me. I'm just, the question was about my perspective, right? So I'm giving my perspective. I'm not saying that someone else wouldn't do the same thing. I'm saying for me, I probably wouldn't say anything, but for that person, I would like them to tell me so I could make whatever decision or feel how I want to feel or handle it.
Wait. So then that is hypocritical because
I did say that.
yeah, I know you did, but like,
Mhm.
but it is, yeah, absolutely, that is very hypocritical because you're expecting something that you wouldn't do yourself, but you want that partner to do it to you. Like that's not fair to either you or that partner.
Life isn't fair. And if somebody cheats on me, yes, I want them to tell me.
But you,
Baby,
oh
it's
my
giving very much so a Trump administration.
yeah,
Yeah, do as I say, not as I do.
Very
Keep it.
Republican, baby.
exactly. Like you,
No.
so wait, are you in a relationship right now?
No.
Okay. So I, so as a man, I would find it highly troubling that you would expect me, a man, into a relationship with you to have me give you an explanation of X, Y, and Z, but you wouldn't do the same for me.
Listen,
No,
this is just
I
hypothetical.
know it's a
Like,
hypothetical, but what I'm saying is, I'm also hypothetically saying too that like I would turn my ass right on around and walk right out the damn door. See
well,
you
you
later.
can make a
'Cause that
decision. Like,
is that
listen,
is
I am fair.
highly tough.
I am fair in that if it ever gets so, that person can handle it how they want to handle it. I'm not crazy enough to think that I can control someone. So if it ever gets so and they want to handle it how they choose, I can't really be angry about it. So yes, they can make their own decision. I don't know how they're gonna find out because it won't be through me. But if you
Period.
do,
Period.
period.
Regine, I promise.
Amen.
Welcome to the panel.
Baby, y'all better be getting y'all Kundalini up and using the third eye to look, bitch. Cause baby, if it's the regimes in the world gonna have y'all in a chokehold, baby.
Okay, you
If
know.
y'all don't look with a different eye at fall. Baby, she said, I don't know how the hell you gonna find out because it ain't gonna be through me.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. There was nothing more liberating, nothing more profound in me disclosing the truth without any limitations. The way that it helped me grow and really find myself. That's why I'm so super liberating in my truth, like of acknowledging the flaws and things in within myself. Like, I know you said you've never done it, you haven't experienced, and you would not do it. But if they're like, it's no way. Again, speaking for myself, there was no way that I could have moved forward in my healing journey and corrected myself had I not ever told the truth to the people that I withheld the truth from. Like, it's no way I would be the person that I am today or whatever. My consciousness would not have allowed it. Like, so there is like a spiritual component to that, and even like a psychological component to it, if you don't want to believe in the spiritual side of it, that you cannot correct certain behaviors in your life without correcting other behaviors in your lives. Like, because a lot of times these things are a chain reaction, you know what I mean? Like, so you may say that, you may think that, and I pray to God you never have to experience that. But if you do ever have to have that experience, you probably more than likely would react differently than what you think and how you feel you may react.
But that's what I said. I said I don't know how I would react. I really don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, she said.
No, I'm talking about in regards to you telling it. Because I thought you said multiple times that you would never tell. If it came out, it won't be because you tell it.
So how would I react if I don't get it? Because I'm never gonna say. So like, in what reality would I tell them?
What I'm saying
she taking it
is
to the
you may think right now you wouldn't tell it.
Okay, I see.
So
I think
hypothetically,
I
you're
think
saying she might regret it. Is that you're saying?
I think if I
At
give it
some
to
point,
God,
she there's a strong possibility. If there is, the consciousness, of
it's guilt.
just knowing that you're not telling the guilt. Yeah, you could use the term guilt too. Yeah, like if you feel like I'm I haven't been truthful and honest to my loved one, that guilt hits you. You know what I mean? You may just confess it.
well, I will confess it to God, and I would probably.
Amen.
Oh my God.
I would probably
Yeah.
also tell my parents, because I feel like I can talk to my parents about anything, and I know they wouldn't share that information. So I would have my own
She got a mechanism for forgiveness. Repent, speak with your mouth,
right,
and then your sins will be forgiven.
yeah, like I will have my own outlet. So I
Amen.
wouldn't have to go to that person and vent.
I mean,
The power of belief. Let's go.
I mean, yeah,
People do it all the time.
They do.
You're right.
They do. They
In
do.
other
They do.
situations, I mean, it's easy to say with cheating, like because cheating is so considered, oh, that's the worst. But people do it all the time.
You're right, Bree. You're right,
They do it
Bree.
all the time.
Across the board.
It doesn't have to be directly to that person. You're right.
But what about talking to an ex?
I'm cool with my exes.
Oh,
I don't talk to them. I don't talk to them all the time. But
what if it was a specific ex?
What you mean, like in terms of talking?
like when your partner don't like?
Yeah, like for whatever reason, whatever situation it was, your current partner just does not want you to engage with this person. Like it has to be finished.
If it's valid. If it's
something-
valid, like you cheated with them in the past, or you have a past that is related directly to them with that ex, then I think that's a valid request. But
right,
other than
the
that, I don't
question
think
is,
it's valid.
if you snuck and you started talking to them, or having activity with them again, would you tell your partner?
No, because I already decided to do something they told me they don't like. So why would I tell them?
But we're talking about hypotheticals, right?
I'm saying hypothetically, if my partner has already communicated to me that they would not like me to talk to that person, and I decide to do it anyway, I've already decided I don't really care. So why would I tell them? I would have just not agreed to that. I would have just said, I'm going to do what I want to do. So if I already agreed to it and now I'm going back on the agreement, why would I tell them?
But that's what we were talking about. So you would not tell them. Okay.
No, I was agreeing with you that I don't believe a person who would cheat on you would then have the same value set that would make them feel compelled to tell you. So I was agreeing with you.
Okay.
Yeah, I was agreeing with you. So yeah, to me, no. Why if someone told you they don't like something, you decide to do it, it just doesn't make sense to me that they then would have some hierarchy of value set that would force them to tell you, because they've already decided they don't really care.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so about that X thing, like, do y'all feel it's appropriate to accommodate y'all romantic partner in that way, in terms of like moving relationships around that existed prior to, like, it could be your best friend, it could be your ex your ex. It could be like whatever. Do y'all believe in considering that for the sake of the relationship?
No. No, because my relationship with you ain't got nothing to do with my best friend. My relationship with my mama, my daddy, my friends, my sister, whoever, ain't got nothing to do with us. So, no, I'm not accommodating you for shit.
Okay, but would you want your
Damn.
partner to accommodate you?
No. I'm being consistent. No.
Okay.
If his
I would
relationship
definitely
with
date an ex.
if his relationship with his people ain't got nothing to do with me and it ain't got nothing to do with us, I don't give a shit. I don't care. So long as we have an understanding of hey, you got your life, I got my life. Let's not let that interfere with each other. And that's just how that goes.
Wait, this background noise.
Yeah.
It is muted, Renee.
Oh.
So yeah, no, hell no. Like,
Because
no,
I
I'm not
have a
accommodating.
friend. I had a friend whose fiance pretty much like blew, like pretty much like fucked over the entire relationship because she felt like, I mean,
Oh,
like she needed him to give me up, and that didn't happen. And that's also happened in other friendships too, where like women have asked.
right. Because of their own insecurities about their partners with sexuality, because they have a relationship or friendship with a gay man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's extreme. I wouldn't. I agree with William. I wouldn't tell them to stop unless if I saw something that's disrespectful or iffy, I would question it.
Mm-hmm.
But just in general, no. Like, it is what it is.
Now, is it? I mean, so are the same people who would not allow their insecurities to drive them to ask the man to give up the gay friend are going to feel the same way if it's a member of the same sex? I mean, of the opposite sex.
Opposite sex.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can have your female friends.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
like
very
I don't
strong.
care. I don't care one way or
I mean,
the
of
other.
course
Like,
you don't, will, because you're gay. But this, I
Well,
guess,
the opposite. Yeah. For the.
it's for the heterosexuals, really.
oh, sorry, yeah, my bad.
And what about the people that's in between?
I was gonna say.
And then it's both
The
handed for y'all, I
bisexual?
guess.
The
Because
For me, I try not to be controlling. I file that under controlling behavior. So no, I don't.
no.
That's out of my realm of control. So
Mm,
I try not
okay,
to.
so you don't have a mandate, Bree, in your relationship that your man can't have no female friends.
No.
I think that's
I trust him to navigate how he feels he needs to respect the vows we took. So he doesn't have female friends, but not because I said he can't.
Right.
It's just how he didn't really have them before. It's not something he's just had around. Like, he just hasn't had female friends. I have male friends though.
And I want to assume he's equally okay with.
Yeah, he's fine because he knows I'm gonna regulate myself. Like, we're not gonna be doing sleepovers and keep painting nails and come over and watch a movie with me. Like, I don't treat my male friends like my girlfriends, but yeah, I mean, I have male friends that I talk to and I'm close with. Like, so
do they have to have been introduced to your man? Like, does he have to at least have been introduced to these dudes?
No, he knows of them in passing. Like, I might talk about them or something, but he doesn't. No, he doesn't have to be like, "Hi, I'm her man." Like, what the fuck is that? Like, no, that's weird.
Okay, baby.
I mean, that's just weird. Like,
you strong, girl.
Not just be like, that's just weird. Like, why would you be like, let me introduce you to my man? I just couldn't be with a person who was possessive like that because of how I am. I'm 100 out of 100 openness on my ocean scale. Like, I mean, I couldn't be with someone who needed to control me. I have gaming friends I've been gaming with longer than I've been married that are men. Like, I have a best friend that I've known for 25 years. Like, I cannot just not be who I am. So I just want to be with someone.
Okay, so let me ask y'all this, because a part of the whole gender stipulation was inspired by what some people would call like, some like kind of trying to like prohibit natural forces from so-called taking over. So like there being a major difference in like, let's say your man being upset with you and y'all having a fight and then him running into the arms of his homeboy versus you and your man having a very bad argument. He's very emotional. He runs into the arms of a female friend who has a very big bosom. And, they're in the car and he's just snuggled into her
Oh my
titty
God.
and crying. Can that lead to a vulnerability that leads into the infamous "it was a mistake"? I would have, under normal circumstances, I would not have, but it was the ingredients all just combinated. So heterosexual folk have tried to mitigate this phenomenon from taking place by saying kept women only have female friends and kept men only have male friends to keep natural phenomenon from so-called manifest. Is there a reality to the argument of natural phenomenon?
I think that will lead to a hard slap because you can definitely run to your girlfriend and get her opinion, because one of my other best friend is a guy and he also vents with me, but there has to be a boundary. Like if you're in the car and you weeping and all of that stuff is too much. Like we should be having that deep conversation. You're supposed to go to your friend for like general advice, yes, but a deep flesh out, I don't know. Even if you're having it with your friend, you need to have it with me as well. And again, there are boundaries of that interaction.
I'm not gonna, it can happen. I would hope it wouldn't happen. All I can do is observe the person you are and how you navigate friendships. If I see before I would have married you that you seem to have no boundaries with your friends, you don't know how to regulate, you're hypersexual, you blah, 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 I just wouldn't be with you. But no, that's called anxiety. I think some people need to learn that their hypervigilance is not, their feelings aren't reality. Sometimes you're being hypervigilant and it doesn't stop anything. You just have anxiety. And that's really what it is. Like, I'm not going to I can't control that. Like I would just not be with a person who doesn't know how to have boundaries.
Yeah.
See, here's the thing about what Arshawn said. I mean, two people feeling the urge in your sad moment makes me think it was always a desire. Okay, but see, here's the thing of like the classic infidelity mistake is it could also be that like when we feel down, the white blood cells and everything in us that's built to survive wants to immediately seek pleasure to mitigate unpleasure. So the act of the kiss or the sex could not necessarily be rooted in
they wanted to do
No,
it.
they don't need to be together.
But
They
more
wanted to
so
do it.
like, but more so inspired literally just by the moment, and at least for the grieving person, like it's just an opportunity to uli opt into a better feeling state.
They too impulsive to be in a long-term monogamous relationship. They need to find something else to do.
Yeah, we could break up at that point.
They're too impulsive. I mean, outside of that, you're just impulsive. If you suddenly didn't have zero desire for somebody and you sitting within an inch of them and now you got to smash, like you impulsive. Something wrong with
And
you.
if you can't control your sexual desire, that's a problem.
But here's the issue with vulnerability. If it's vulnerability, you're not. It's almost like you're intoxicated behind the wheel of the car. You're not in the total. You're not in total full working standing for yourself if you are in a state of vulnerability.
So you want to smash when you're vulnerable? Like, does vulnerability always lead to smashing?
And it might not even be a smash. It might be like, it might be a makeout session. It may be, it just may be a caressing and a cuddling and just like something very nurturing happening in that moment.
So nurturing leads to smashing.
Conscious, your corporate. Your Scorpio sting is showing. Like you are
Wow.
your talking points is giving very much Scorpio, male Scorpio right now. Like,
I'm just because I really want because I really was like, well, what is vulnerability if you still have your total right mind? Is it really then vulnerability if you?
Yes.
Yeah, you can.
Like
Yeah.
talk like an adult.
But
All of that extra stuff, no.
if you're vulnerable to the point to where like you want to like smash the next person,
But
that's
see,
a
no, but see, I don't like. But see, without framing it that way, it's not about like because you might not even be thinking about that, but because it's just the upsetness, you're devastated. Everything's
That's
collapsing.
not.
You just lost your fucking job. Shit is complicated at home. The kids are on your fucking nerve. You and your girl are going at it. Shit is tense. Nobody's happy. And then you have this perfectly postured friend who is just full of feel good and is there for you. And then in one of these bad moments that culminate, you end up leaning on them for support and then you like fall into their pussy.
oh, this is giving very much. This is giving a very good, spicy Zane storyline. That's what you just giving me. Like,
Pity poacher.
If you're going through all of that,
I,
you don't need to be fucking. Seriously.
I don't know how, as good as you just like spoke that plot scene, like I still don't know how realistic someone's vulnerability, like I don't see that. I cannot, like the reality is the reality is that this is something that has been lurking in the back of your cerebral, like mine, like you've been thinking of it. You may not have thought of it often. You may have even
So
tried to
can I
suppress
ask
yourself
you
from
something
thinking
about that
about
then?
it.
So can I ask you something about that then? Okay, so with the concept of like the natural phenomenon, right? Is that what kind of is what's trying to be combated? Is the fact that like if you are attracted to the opposite sex, you're not going to not be attracted to your friend if your friend is attractive just because you're married. Like the ring don't turn off your attraction to other people. So can you walk around not being attracted to people per se?
You can be attracted to people and not act on it.
And that's what I mean. Okay, so then if that's the case, right? What if that becomes that's what kind of the issue becomes with vulnerability?
I would say that from what I'm hearing, the male shadow is showing here. In my opinion, there's a lot of dynamics happening because typically, if you think about men who it's very hard for them to be vulnerable, I can feel that a vulnerable moment such as you're describing would be a bit cathartic, and then there is a chance that you would slide into a dynamic of it's almost like in dom sub, like when you break someone and then they're very pliable to suggestion, like that kind of feels like what you're describing a little bit here. So I feel like there's a lot of stuff at play that creates that storm of outcome.
Okay, so let me share like a situation with y'all and y'all tell me what y'all think. So I had a friend named Will. He's straight. And he was going through a complicated time with his girl. And Will is he's like very emotional, especially when it comes to relationships and shit. Like, they just, he turns into NSYNC and shit. So he was going through like a very bad period with him and his girl. And he started I noticed he started leaning on me like extra when him and his girl were going through, he would spend the night over here, etc. He would, like sleep in my bed, and I would like out of respect kind of like sleep to the, with my head to the base of the bed, and he would be like, "Nigga, like sleep up here, like you don't have to da 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 da." And I was like, "Okay, whatever." So during this time period that he like we hanging heavy, which I can see I am a emotional support puppy for him at this point. One night he comes over and like he had wanted me to get him some beers or whatever. So we get some beers. Now him and his girl are still together. They're still like in a relationship. They're just going through it. And he like we were having like little sing-offs and karaoke's at the house and shit. And like he was very comfortable kind of like being like all up in my face, like just like communicating very close up on my face. And he had asked me for the beer that I had because I really wasn't drinking it because I'm not like a drinker. So he was like this drinking out of my can and all type of things. And then and I'm taking him back home. And when I let him drive. So when I got out of the car to, go around to the driver's side, he was coming around behind the car as well. And, we hugged each other good night. And the hug was like very boy meets girl hug. It was like, he hugged me the way that a man traditionally hugs a lady. It wasn't like a homeboy hug. And I was like, oh, okay. And now, mind you, Will is fine as fuck, like 6 foot fucking 4, like chiseled body, just like, he just got all other things. So I'm just like, oh, okay. Now, I'm not thinking much of it because I play real stupid when it comes to homoeroticism. I play real dumb. And so I go back home. And I think he told me, like, text me when you get home. So I was like, okay. So I got home. Then I texted him like I'm home. I was like, okay, cool. Then we talk a little bit about, the night. And then he sends me a smiley emoji. And so then I sent him a smiley emoji back. And then he sends me like 2 smiley emojis. And then I sent him, 2 smiley emojis back. And then he sends me like, the heart eyeball emojis. And then I sent him a heart eyeball emojis. And then he sent me 2 heart eyeball emojis. And then I sent him 2 eyeball heart emojis. And it just kept getting like progressively.
What you were doing.
It was like I was communicating.
Right. He's sitting over here playing coy.
Exactly. Like, that was definitely a game, man. Are you still friends with him?
Yes.
Did y'all smash?
No.
Oh.
I mean,
oops. I mean, great.
I would have never smashed him under those circumstances because I was very close to his girl as well, and I would not have done that.
You saved her that situation. And
was this the friend that didn't want you to be friends with him?
No, because she never knew.
Okay.
So do you think he should have told her?
We didn't finish. We didn't know what was the point of escalation. So at the peak of it, it escalated and to what?
I mean, it just kept going into like a bunch of hard things until I just stopped responding.
Oh, okay. So you just like hit it off right there.
I started to get I started to kind of catch the hint. And I was like, okay, my friend, he is attractive and he definitely is fuckable times 2, 3 point. However, he's also vulnerable as hell. And I know because I have androgyny energy and I know how to nurture and put on my motherly, feminine, my support energy and all of that. I know he's probably just kind of comfortably, fluidly, just allowing himself to kind of fall into that energy.
Cheat.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
This sounds like a scheme set up by Todd because
look, I knew if I knew I could have pulled the trigger that night.
Right, you could have. Yeah.
But
he definitely was trying to.
Right.
I feel like he argued with his girlfriend so he could be comforted by you and fall into your bosom.
Right. But I don't know if, I don't know if moments like that would have took place had, it not been for what they were going through. It was,
right.
Because that energy was not there outside of this period.
It's an open door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So have you experienced this since then? or this was the only interaction like that?
No, there were other interesting things
Conscious,
that
come
took
on.
place. There were other interesting things that took,
Yeah.
but it was like very subtle things. Like it was like the bed thing. He could have slept anywhere in the house. Like I had 2 extra guest bedroom. I had, a living room, dining room. He had any couch anywhere, and then he wanted to like be in my bed, and then
You're playing cool.
And
You're
then I-
compartmentalizing. You're
And even when-
compartmentalizing.
And then even when I was willing to sleep, to the head of the bed so that we didn't have to be like, nose to nose sleep, like he was like, you can like turn upward. You don't have to be, down there. And then it was just like he was very comfortable getting like undressed in front of me and getting butt naked in front of me and like not changing.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why people wouldn't trust, or I think people who have experienced this type of friendship, I think I could see them being skeptical of partners being able to be friends with people they're sexually attracted to or visually attracted to. Like, I think if that's the dynamic you've experienced with friends, then I could see that they would have a lack of trust when they're talking about it. Yeah.
I mean, so I have a similar experience to Conscious. I had a friend of mine that was like fine as fuck, but he was also like straight. And we were at one point, he was going through some issues with his girl, and that was the whole shebang. And it was very intense because while I understood he was straight, it was given very much.
He's not straight. None of these men y'all have told me about are straight. They're bi-curious. At the very least.
I would challenge that, Brie. I don't know.
I would say they're at least curious. They're at least curious. I'm not saying they're gay or bisexual because they ain't did it yet, but they seem curious to me at the very least.
I would say so. Like outside of the normal, outside of those particular instances, they only date females. They only are attracted to females.
But they seem curious about connection physically with men, even if they haven't gone past a certain point. They're sharing intimate situations and touch that people who are truly platonic don't do. We not agreeing on that this isn't what platonic friends do? No. This what y'all do with y'all platonic friends?
Jesus was washing them niggas' feet. And
so we talking about washing feet or we talking about spooning?
He was out there in the woods with the men washing feet and kissing on the cheeks and sharing affection.
And we love it. I mean, if Jesus was a bisexual king, then I'm here for it.
Can we go with David and Jonathan?
They was definitely smashing. So what's up?
I mean,
that's what I'm saying. I'm not attacking in there. I just said I would not consider these men completely straight. I would consider them like they seem to be curious because they're playing around with more intimate closeness with men that truly platonic friendships don't do these things.
Are you saying in the heteronormative sense?
I mean, I have a lot of platonic friends, male and female, and I don't do certain things with any of them because it's platonic.
Yeah, that's so. Like, I guess in a heteronormative world, yes, it would make more sense. But when you step outside of that, the world.
But his friend was supposed to be straight, though.
But hang on. The outside of the heteronormative like understanding of what platonic friends is and what is supposedly not normal to do, because a lot of that is based on what society has conditioned a lot of our straight counterparts to believe. So,
but I feel like platonic only has one definition.
I mean, well, no.
Just like we are.
I mean, I think gay men have platonic friends that they aren't like doing
exactly.
It's like on the line, like you give me the butterflies because you getting all close and hugging me the way a man hugs somebody when they into them.
Getting undressed?
Yeah, like
I mean, but that's what men do in locker rooms, so that's what they do.
But in the intimate space, a locker room isn't intimate though.
Yeah, platonic isn't, I don't think, orientation specific, unless you're telling me gay men just have very sexually charged friendships. I mean, if you say that, I can accept that, but
I mean, but here's the thing though, we're not like the energy may appear sexually charged, but it's really not. I mean, for me and what my friend and I, what we were going through, it was very much given. You know, he's in a vulnerable spot, and me being the kind of man, me being the loving, gentle person that I am towards him and other men, it I would basically like, come on in, you know, let's have a chit chat. If you need to spend the night, spend the night. But there's a bit of a difference in my story compared to Conscious. He slept on the couch. I slept in the bed. So,
okay, that's an appropriate
but
boundary.
I mean, what would you consider the appropriate boundary? Because Conscious's friend was not
Oh, he was
what
wilding.
Conscious.
That was
I mean,
That man was wild.
inappropriate. That was inappropriate.
But
I
see,
mean,
I feel like okay,
hmm.
hold on. So it's two things here because I do feel like on one hand there's a double standard because we know that heterosexual women break the gender norms and heteronormative norms all the time.
In what ways?
In
But
terms
cheating
of
is cheating.
very
So
close, in terms of holding hands, cuddling on the couch, and be heterosexual, in terms of changing in front of each other, not thinking anything of it, in terms of just all of this fluidity and openness,
but that wasn't
Ah,
sexually.
all of these things. But then,
nah, I can't let you. I can't let
on the
you.
down low.
Nah, I can't let you. No,
Women do it all the
But yes, we
time.
no,
can.
it's
Yes,
more
we
society.
can.
Women
It's
do
more
it. What?
acceptable
Be
for
on the
women.
dance floor,
It's
dancing together,
more.
hunching, a whole
It's
nine.
more acceptable for women to do
No,
those
but we ain't
things,
talking about what's
but
more
not.
acceptable.
But
We're
not
talking about
not all women treat their platonic friends that way. I have many platonic female
yeah, but
friends.
a
I
lot of
don't.
women do.
A,
Is
a
what I'm
lot of women do, but then
Says
those.
who?
But then they're.
Says
But I
who?
would say the same thing with their playing around. If they were doing some of the stuff you talk
because like you
about,
say, it's more acceptable, so nobody really.
no, but why can't they be bi-curious? I'm just confused about why we can't foul some of these people as they're playing
Because we
around with
don't do it for
intimate.
women is my issue, and I want to keep the
We
same
should do it for
energy
women.
when
We
it
should
comes
do
to
it for
men.
women because some of these women low key need to try it out because they seem bi-curious. I
We
would say the
see
same.
women. Look, I go out all
I
the
would say the
time,
same.
and we see good heterosexual girlfriends hanging out together on the dance floor together, dancing together. We could never allow men to do
Okay,
that
but
without being
dancing
like,
at a club and being at your house getting naked and hugging you the way you feel
I'm a
like a
gay
man hugs
man.
a woman,
I'm a
woman.
gay man. So I'm in women's spaces and
Funny.
women get butt naked in front of me. Shit. they get undressed in front of me too.
But are they
Right.
trying to kiss you and
She's
hug
sitting
you
right
and
there.
hold your hand and
But that also
embrace
could,
you gently? Like, are they doing all of that stuff?
Huh?
Are these women, you say your friends, your female friends, they get undressed in front of you. So my question is, like,
My female friends have me check their titties for cancer lumps and
okay,
shit.
but is it sexually
yes,
charged when y'all are doing
exactly.
it?
That's a question.
No, but it's not
Okay, so
sexually
then
charged when my homeboy is doing it either.
that
He's
was
not
That
like
was
sexually
sexually
he ain't
charged.
he
charged.
I
ain't
could tell
slapping
from
a
how you
hard dick in front of my face when he's naked.
I could tell from the way
He
you told the
undressed.
story there was a sexual
Exactly.
energy beneath
There
all of
was.
the
I don't know
interaction.
about
But wait a minute. But wait a
sexual
minute.
energy per
I read
se.
a lot of smut. It sounded like one of my books I be reading.
Okay, so let
But
me
wait.
hold on, because this is the second point that I was going to make too, right? Because there's another thing that happens with like orientation and men and women, and I'm going to be talking about like men in this case, like something called genophilia, which is the attraction of femininity, and that can allow you, if you are like a genophilic man or a woman, you can find yourself attracted to any person regardless of gender as long as they are a feminine entity. So that can be trans women, that can be effeminate trans men, that can be effeminate gay men, that can be biological women.
Right.
As long as they putting that shit on, they in that feminine energy shit, it can go up. And so my homeboy, I don't know if it's that he was just experiencing a feminine energy, and he may, unbeknownst to him, be a genophilic man, because maybe if I had also been a woman,
Right.
if I would have still been given that energy and I would have been a support for him, he would have been, you know, he would have leaned into the
A
energy
little
of it
bit
all,
more.
the situation of it all. I'm not sure if it was solely because I'm a man per se, or if it was because of just, you know, the energy was given what it was given, and that's what he was ultimately kind of like, you know, leaning into. Because obviously, like, this same dynamic he had with me, he wasn't having with his more masculine oriented friends, like his more
From like a
masculine
Right.
pansexual. Is
oriented
that a
dudes.
pansexual?
Huh?
Is that a pansexual? That sounds like a pansexual.
I mean, I don't know why these men who you're describing still are considered heterosexual. I just
Definitely
don't.
not.
I feel like we have so many things we can call them that I think are more accurate to
Because
their
I
experience.
Exactly.
I mean, in
because
your
I,
Because
I
that's how they choose to work.
because
because in your heteronormative mind, it's literally, I don't understand this concept of we as women have a standard for how we see what we're supposed to see when it comes to the men, but we're okay when it comes to each other, doing it to each other, but not when it comes to men. I like, help break that down for me. How in the world is it okay for y'all to have sleepover and to be touching on each other
It's
and
not
to be
okay.
going on, and it's going over all the things, honey?
It's. I mean, if people make it okay, it's not okay.
But according to who? You?
I'm the one you having a conversation
Are
with.
you the arbitrator of the rules?
No, but
of
I'm
what
the one
okay
who's
and
saying I'm
what's
trying
not
to ask
okay?
y'all why y'all are having why y'all are considering these men
because
y'all have
We're
described
also
as
asking
heterosexual.
y'all, but we're
because
also asking you the same question.
They
Why
are
is it
not
okay for
heterosexual.
women? Why is it okay for women to do all the things and like help
Wait,
me understand how that's fine? How
but
is
A
that
woman
okay?
who
conscious
did some of the
literally.
stuff y'all called, I would say why. So what is bi-curious?
But
by
even
curious,
before we get there,
it's
even before we
Hold on,
get there,
hold on. I just want to know, like, by definition, because I just want to know what that would be, because these men don't fit that. So Conscious is about to tell me what bi-curious
okay.
is.
Bi-curious, by definition, is a term used for someone who typically has sexual relations with one gender, but is curious about having sex with a different gender. So it's just curiosity. It never actually
They
is
haven't
something
acted
that's
on it.
acted upon. It's just a curiosity.
So
but
they
that's
may
not
enter into
straight.
sexually charged situations with same gender to kind of explore what they want, but they haven't acted yet, because then it would be something else.
Well,
Correct?
I don't think that it would even go that far, because that would
Well,
also
because once you act, then you're something
that's
else.
an act to even go into a sexually charged situation is an act.
Right,
So
but once you have sex with both genders, then you would be possibly. I mean, I guess you could say you don't like it and you hate it, but what would you be if you
But
had sex with? If you did have sex, if they did cross the boundary and then have sex with a man, and they have sex with women, are they bisexual, or do they have to accept that they do actually like engaging with both to be considered bisexual?
it's for.
they
I
can be
mean,
bisexual just by definition, regardless of how they personally identify. But because sexuality is so complicated, it's
Right.
just not as black and white. Like, there are people who believe that sexual acts have an orientation when they don't. Like, there are straight
Right.
men who love to be pegged, and I mean, they're
Right,
not
but if
gay,
they being pegged by a woman, then they're not gay. They just
right?
are straight
But there
men who
are
like to be
women who
pegged.
believe that no, a man is gay if he
Right.
wants something up his ass, if he wants a phallus, a dildo, if he
Right.
wants an object plunging in and out of his hole.
Right.
That is like gay to women.
So I'm just having a conversation from the definition, not people's feelings about what people do sexually. So that's all I'm saying is, like, why are these men who to me seem obviously
because they
bi-curious,
haven't engaged
but they're
in
bi-curious?
anything that no, but there's nothing that objectively really aligns with that's happening.
Because they're having sexually charged moments with the same sex, even though they're
No.
not acting on it.
Okay, but like in a situation with my friend, there was not any overt sexual anything going on. There was just
overt sexual energy.
such as what?
There was big sexual energy.
Such as what though?
He was playing around with it. He was playing around with the idea. He didn't
I
act
mean,
on it.
like
But you knew,
how is what I'm asking.
because from I'm inferring it because from that situation, you knew if you wanted it that night, you could have had it.
That's
So
what
from that,
that's what I'm really assuming, but I don't know.
You picked up on it. You picked up on the
I
vibes.
picked up on it based upon patterns and things that traditionally happen when certain things become unconventional, but I'm still making a assumption because at the end of the day, I didn't pull the trigger to know what would have actually happened because everything was very subtle and unique, but there was nothing like objectively sexually charged about the interaction. It was just things that were also unconventional. Like, okay, am I used to, am I was at that point I was not used to a straight man being comfortable just even sleeping in the bed with a open gay man, and then I also at that point I've come to have more of those type of friendships now, but at that point I also was not per se used to a straight man being comfortable just casually getting undressed in front of me, changing outfits, etc., or even kind of the banter that went on through text. I did find to be like, oh, this is very interesting and it's unusual. But then also, I was broad-minded enough to also consider other elements. Like, I know he's vulnerable. I know what type of energy I give. I could understand why he would feel generally comforted and maybe even be leaning into that energy under these circumstances. But my brain, but because I just don't narrow shit down naturally, because I like consider a lot of stuff when I'm assessing shit, I just refuse to just shrink that down to like he's with the shits.
But you said it happened more than once.
But I'm saying that these are the type of things that were happening. Like these were just, and then the reason I brought in women is because women experience this all the time. Girl, like I said, I have girlfriends that change in front of me. They titties are shaking, they in their panties, they taking off their damn drawers and getting into other drawers, and I look like it's just like I don't know what any of that shit means. I mean, it's just like I'm just like I'm not going to slap a definition on it until somebody, like, when they jump out of the window, that's when I'm going to then make another assessment. But all the other stuff, I just feel like it's fluff, and it could just be people's own comfortability. I've heard straight men say, like, I'm comfortable with who the fuck I am, so I don't have to. So I don't have to behave in heteronormative ways because I don't need the approval or need the affirmation from society, in order to know who the fuck I am as a masculine male or as a heterosexual male. So that male may do things that is unconventional because they don't give a fuck and they're not really upholding these social constructs around masculinity or gender. And women do it all the time when they shave their head, they tomboys. Like, it's like we give women a lot of grace to be so flexible and to be so non-problematic when they are just exploring their gender.
Being bi-curious queens.
Or when they're just,
I'm sorry. Why do you keep labeling it? Like it's literally
for the sake of conversation.
What's wrong with labeling things? Like everything has a label.
No, because some things but some of the labels are not. Some of these labels are not fitting labels because there's other labels like genophilia. There's other elements at play like vulnerability.
I feel like these are all synonyms of the same things.
But
like,
I mean, it just feels like it's being projected that I'm saying it as a negative thing, and I'm not. I'm just calling it what it. I mean, we have all these words, so I just feel like, why call everybody heterosexual when they're not? Like, that's my whole thing.
It doesn't have to be homosexual. It's the point.
I'm not calling them gay. I'm not calling them gay.
William are making is that it doesn't have to be homo either. Just because it can look homo. Yes, we agree. It can look very homo. It can look very homoerotic. We agree with that. We're not pushing against that, but we're also saying that isn't necessarily what's happening all the time either.
I would never call those men gay. I would never call those men gay that you're talking about.
I mean, gay, bi, pan, all of that language. Like,
I wouldn't call them any of those things though.
But you are.
No, I'm not calling them homosexual. I'm not calling them bisexual. I'm not calling them pansexual. I'm calling them bi-curious. Which, according to the definition, CTV is what they are.
We don't know though if my friend actually is sexually attracted. He never did anything that demonstrated a overt like.
Bree need to leave him alone.
Okay, well,
We
I'll
need to
yield. I'm
be,
sorry, William.
yeah.
I know William wanted to ask something. I'm sorry.
Well, my whole thing with this is, my friend, it's very rare that we get into friendship with men and that are just very comfortable with being with gay men. And I'm friends with a whole bunch of them. And they don't care. If they want to get naked in front of me, they can get naked in front of me. Will he act? No. Will I act? No. But it's because we have an understanding, and it's an unspoken understanding between us. So there is no need for the both of us to be slapping labels by furious or whatever, because we both have that understanding. I don't give a fuck what the outside world says. It's what we say in our friendship and what we do in our
Right.
friendship, and that's the only thing that fucking matters. I don't give a fuck what you call it. It
Right,
don't
but
Yeah, I mean, but
you
if
have
but
not
hold on, but if what
described.
you're describing to me, you say your friend who was a straight man, you felt like it was platonic. I'm not here saying that a person changing in front of a person means it's sexually charged. I
Exactly.
didn't put that on your story you told, William. I was talking about Conscious story based off the
but
energy
Exactly.
Conscious was giving
I'm
when he was telling the
also, yeah,
story, which means he
but
interpreted it as that, not you.
but I know that, but what I'm saying, I'm also defending Conscious too. I'm also saying it he
He,
regardless of what regardless of what you're labeling this whole situation, it doesn't really matter
Okay, so
to
let me give y'all
them
another
because
scenario because it's a very straightforward scenario. So another one of my straight friends recently, he was trying to hook up with a chick, and he was calling me, and he was like, "Check your messages." He was like, "Hold on," but first he was like, "No homo." I was like, "Okay," and I checked my messages, and it was a picture of his erect dick, and he was asking me to pretty much grade the picture so that he could send it to another chick that he was trying to smash that night. So I graded the picture accordingly, and I moved right along. Is he gay? Because he sent me his dick pic to grade.
no,
Is he bi curious? I mean,
no.
he sent you a dick
That's a
pic
good mark.
yeah, yeah. He sent me his erect dick in his hand.
for no reason.
And he wanted me to grade it.
Okay.
He wanted to impress a girl, so he sent it to
Oh, okay.
Conscious. But the question is, he hasn't done anything. Okay, if we are saying that it's fine for men to have close friendships with gay men, then in theory there's nothing wrong with him sending you a picture of his dick, right? Like how he would send a girl or something, right? If he's comfortable with his sexuality. But if it turns into at any point some like we were describing some bi-curious isms,
Sexual banter.
yeah, then yeah, that would then
Seemed like he a little
change
more
the
open to
dynamic.
it.
Exactly. And back to what William was saying, we all know that men get changed in locker rooms in front of each other all the time, so that's not a problem.
Right.
The issue is the behaviors that kind of bend.
Where you were kind of like, I don't know. You seem to even be confused by what he was sending out. That's all. That's the only reason I asked it, because
But it,
you seem
yeah,
to even have felt an energy beneath it. Like
Who, me?
I don't. Yeah, like I don't
yes,
have an issue with a straight man and a gay man being friends. I'm not gonna say because a straight
at
man is
all.
friends with a gay man, he's automatically bi-curious or anything. Like
Right.
that's not what I'm saying.
But
It
what
was
I'm
the
also,
dynamic.
but I want to also keep everything I'm also saying in mind. I'm also saying that that doesn't necessarily mean that was the case, and I am
You may
also
be
aware
interpreting.
enough to know that it was unusual, and it
Right.
was at that time not something I had seen. It wasn't normal enough for me to have any other context for the behavior aside from like just the obvious. But I've also gone on since that time to have a lot of very unique relationship to heterosexual men who seem to be just as comfortable with me in the same way that the women in my life are very comfortable. And so I'm seeing this kind of a general comfortability where people just feel very fucking at home and very transparent and very fucking open and very trusting of me to the point that very bizarre things can take place in that level of comfort and that level
Bizarre. That's what I'm saying.
of
Like
guardedness and there are unconventional things that are going to happen when people feel safe, because if they are almost equally as safe with you as they are with themselves, then it's going to be very interesting.
That's what it's the language, because I'm like, bizarre. Like, what is that? like
a bizarre, just in terms of the things that I'm sharing here, where it's just like my straight friends, like they girl may pick up their phone and be like, "You sent CTV a dick pic? Like, what's up with that?"
No, he needs to make sure that his girlfriend never finds out.
I mean, I'm just saying that, the level of comfortability.
They got boundary issues. As a person in a relationship, they have boundary issues. That's what it sounds like. But at the very least, as a person who's in a relationship, they have boundary issues.
Well, that depends. That depends on the relationship, because some people have very loose boundaries.
Yeah, if the partner cool with it, then whatever. But if they hiding it from their partner, then.
And obviously, they're not if their partner just can pick up their phone and knows what's in that damn phone and isn't caring to guard it per se. It's just like, I mean,
if they chill about it, then everything's copacetic.
I mean, that's pretty much what I was trying to say, which was the relationship between what you would consider platonic friends. It's changing. The definition is changing. There is not too many people in my circle of friends that will accept the notion that, oh, well, we're going to go with a heteronormative understanding of platonic friends because that's what society teaches us. We have some very, we really, really need to change our framework around this one word. Because the definition by itself doesn't really mean shit. If we put meaning behind it, then it does mean something. But for me and my friends, we don't give a shit. I mean, we're just dudes. We're just men. We're comfortable around one another, and I would never act on whatever they got going on, because the unspoken will. There is an unspoken line. There's an unspoken
right.
rule.
That is platonic, though.
Then that's platonic, right?
I don't know why you're having
hang on. It's platonic in your sense. It's not.
No, from what you're describing.
That is literally the definition of platonic.
According to who? You?
The definition.
I don't give a shit about the definition. I just literally just said that the word is changing. The definition is changing. It does not have the same meaning that you think it does.
It's intimate and intimate and affectionate, but not sexual. That's what platonic means.
Exactly. Like, getting naked in front of each other is not a sign of platonic being something different. Like, if your friends are comfortable, they're comfortable.
That is according to you.
That's according to the definition. Conscious, could you pull up the definition of platonic? Because
I just read it. I just read it. That's what it is.
I don't care. I don't care. I do
well, then
not
that's a
okay. So hold on. I'm confused about a Williams definition. Like, what are you saying?
Exactly. Like, what is the problem?
Because you're describing intimate relationship with straight men, which is fine. That's still platonic. Intimate and affection does not make it not platonic. It's sexuality. It's sexual that changes it. It shifts it out of platonic. You can have an intimate and affection relationship with somebody that's not sexual. So I'm trying to figure out.
So the definition of love or friendship, intimate and affectionate, but not sexual. So what was your definition of it, William? Like, what were you?
Basically, it's intimate, but because
intimacy is non-sexual as well, so it can be intimate.
Yes, it can be. And there is no sexual contact, which is basically what
you described.
Yeah, but
so what's the problem?
I think what I was trying to say was my understanding of platonic does not come from like the way most people think of platonic.
Okay,
Which
so
is like
what's your
there are
perspective?
certain, like, for an example, there are certain lines that a party won't cross
Which are?
for out of respect for the other party, right?
Which are?
Like I would never, like my friends and I, we would never smash one another because I don't know, and also it's just also because I genuinely don't know if if they're straight or if there's something else entirely. So I don't assume.
But isn't that the definition of platonic then?
I mean, it.
Yes,
Yeah,
it is.
I'm agreeing with you. Yeah, that is the definition of platonic.
So what's the resistance? Like no one is saying it's a bad
I'm not.
thing or like
I'm not
discriminating or
being
anything.
resistant. I'm not being resistant. I'm just saying, like, it's how I see platonic is different from how how most people see it. I see it as
I know for
more.
me, I let black men get away with the same thing that black women get away from.
That's
Get
it.
away with. I go out of my way to challenge the double standards. I'm just like, well, if women can be comfortable and fluid and okay and come and cozy with each other,
Intimate and affectionate with
men,
their friends, then men should be
men
able to
can
do that
also
too.
be verbally
Yeah.
affectionate, and because
I,
all of my great friends, which is why it becomes an issue in their relationships because the women in their life don't understand why you're telling this gay man that his outfit is cute or that you love him,
Right.
or why are you like
right. That's not, yeah, that, I mean, that's, yes, I understand that a lot of women cannot give men room to have intimacy with their friends and affection with other people besides them. But I'm not one of those people. So once again, when I was saying platonic, I meant what I said.
right? But your projection of the sexual thing
Yeah,
onto
I say I just would
friend
feel like,
Will was
yeah,
because it's not it was
based off how you you seem to
but
have
even put my
interpreted his
interpretation
behavior.
at that time
But you
aside,
say that you may have misinterpreted, which I can leave room
right?
for. Like you gave yourself room to have read too much into it.
Yes.
And if nothing like that ever happened again, then yeah, maybe it was just an off night. I mean, I'm willing to say that. But to me, I just think some people, I'm like, okay, if someone's really doing like overt thing, that didn't sound crazy. I thought it was gonna go farther, but it was just like, okay, he just sent some crazy flirty texts, whatever. But I just think some of these heterosexual people, they could. I mean, it would be liberating if they consider themselves at least bi-curious. And bi-curious is a title used by heterosexual people.
Because my personal attitude is, I know the LGBT spectrum gets a lot of conversation, but based upon the way that those Pornhub categories are set up under the heterosexual tab, I think we need to be very expansive about the reality of how expansive the heteronormative multiverse is when it comes to pegging and rim jobs and all the flip-flopping and all of the damn gender bending and all of the fetishizing.
There's different grades of
all of the
heterosexuality.
Because baby, it's deep. It's deep over there in the heterosexual multiverse of it all.
It is. And bi-curious,
all the
and
games,
bi-curious,
baby, the way the Pornhub categories just be infinite. I just be scrolling infinitely through all these multiverses and frequencies.
What are you doing on that side of Pornhub?
I'm just
What
saying. Bi-curious is a heterosexual title. So once again, I'm gonna stand by what I said.
It'd be a lot, baby.
It technically falls under a label heterosexual.
It's heterosexual. When I be seeing the heterosexual men in fishnets and the heterosexual women be playing the dominant role while they got their men in fishnets and got them dressed up in rouge and lipstick and all type
freaky frogs.
All type of unique things be going over there.
Girl,
and
I'm not gonna let y'all forget that y'all just as freaky and complex and
now you talking to a freaky frog, so I don't know why. What are we?
Well, which is why I struggle myself personally with the labels, because like I feel like it just causes a lot of division, obviously. there are people that have a sexual appetite that is just that, and it has nothing to do with partnership. And I feel like the labels kind of force people into a space that is actually not where they're at. Like being, having a sexual appetite and I don't know, I just feel like the conflating of making my sexual choices the same as my partnership, like, who I would want to partner with, as far as commitment, it's not the same. It reminds me of like the whole gender thing, like how people try to conflate your sexuality versus your gender. Like it's really a dumbass way to just cause division. And I really hate the labels. I'm just gonna be honest. I really, really despise the labels of it all, because
But
a
is
lot
it?
can be said. What happened?
No, I was just going to ask: is it that people who are more fluid just don't want to accept that something is what it is? Like, can't it just be that? Like, if somebody is displaying bi-curious traits, why can't you say they're bi-curious? Like, I
Because if that's
feel,
not how a person chooses to want to be identified or see
well, your
themselves, that's
feelings
like
don't,
like
well,
that's
But
like
it's not the way that a person just perceives that behavior. It's just like, if I see a woman, right, like if she's with her friend, she's like, damn, like your titties look good in that. Well, because I'm being intentional about not upholding double standards. If a man looks at another man's bulge and be like, damn, bro, your bulge is bulging, or your ass look good in them jeans, I'm gonna keep that same energy and be neutral in terms of my interpretation of what's going on and take it just as a compliment at face value. I'm not going to project anything on it, because I don't do it for women, so I'm not going to do it for niggas either. I'm going to be just as neutral, because women play them same games and they get away with all of that. So I'm not going to be heavier on the men about and like police the fuck out of the men when they doing whatever they do with each other in they spaces, and then give women all this grace to be strong in their heterosexuality, but then they play all these lesbian baiting ass games all up and through they
And they be
socialization.
bi-curious too. But that's why I asked, like,
exactly.
does what the person do determine it, or does is it I think I asked earlier, like, does a person have to accept the label in order for it to be appropriate to call them that, or is it based off what they do? And I think that's why I asked that, because I'm willing to say, well, if it's all about what the person only identifies as, then I can accept it. But at the same time, like,
I think because like, there's no universal way to interpret any one type of behavior. It could be a compliment or it could be a sexual suggestion. Because the behavior is not universal, it could literally mean anything, because we don't know what the context of the behavior is. All we can do is make assumptions. I think the then best thing to do is just let a person identify themselves.
Okay.
And then if they do so-called gay shit, it's just like you just find another way to interpret their behavior until they say that they're gay, or until they.
So I have to, like, if a straight man
That sounds
smash,
ridiculous.
I'm not to say this is what y'all friends were doing. To be clear, but if a straight man was having sex with men, he identifies as straight, so I still consider him straight.
So I used to think before I discovered genophilia. Okay, like there are just people who just ain't.
Well, I mean, remove a gynophilic element. Let's just say he smashes like completely, like dude, like not nothing, just another dude. Like, what should I consider him? He identifies as straight.
He said he's
but
straight.
He
Conscious.
has sex with men, so he's straight. I call him straight.
They might be women in his mind.
Oh, okay. Hey, look, I can give you.
No,
I'm gonna have a conversation in faith, so I will just go with it if that's what we're saying.
Look, obviously,
no, we can't go with it. We need to call things. Come on, like, stop. Like, I don't know what's the problem with it. Why is it that I don't want to shake the table, so let's just move on.
You know what?
See? Have the conversation in good faith. Just go with
women. Look, here's the problem. Women do this shit all the fucking time. Women,
Listen,
and look, I am the receipt platform because my platform has chronicled and documented everything that has ever happened in history has happened here. We have had women literally on this panel have whole gay phases and lesbian phases and ate cooter box in college and had same-sex relationships and identify straight. Literally identify straight. And
I'm really one of them. Because I do not consider myself to be a lesbian. I do not consider myself to be bi. I don't consider myself to be anything but a human being that just likes to have an experience. And honestly, I think, again, that is really an injustice to try to force people into a bubble. That's what the majority does. Want to force the minority into a bubble that fits their idealism when that's not the case. I consider being a lesbian, wanting to be in a relationship with the same sex. Like,
is that the definition of
I don't
lesbianism?
desire to be in a relationship with a woman. I don't mind enjoying them sexually, but I don't want to be in a relationship with no woman.
So do you still have sex with women?
If I find one that I want to, yes, I will.
Do you have
so
sex
what
with
do you
men?
classify your ability to be attracted to the same sex?
I'm not attracted to a gender per se. You
But the
know,
only
I learned the term from this platform being as asexual.
You are
you're not asexual.
Are you not sexually attracted to anybody?
Do you
I'm
have
attracted
sex?
to the brain, the mind.
That would be sapiosexual.
Someone told me it was asexual on the last panel we had this discussion on. But what is
No.
it? Pull up the
sapio-
definition.
Sapiosexual.
Sapiosexual is
Pull up the definition.
when you are sexually aroused by the mind, by the cerebral, or by the connection. But you are sexually aroused, but you just sexually aroused from the context of connection and intellect.
Yes.
Right.
So that is what can lead to the bedroom or lead to the romance or lead to, the adult things. Asexual. Let me see.
Asexual is you're not
attracted to anyone.
Asexual is a term that's used to describe someone who does not experience sexual attraction toward individuals of any gender.
Right.
Asexuality is a sexual orientation and is different from celibacy in that celibacy is the choice to refrain from engaging in sexual behaviors and does not comment on one's sexual attractions.
Right.
Okay.
But is a sapiosexual the same thing as a pansexual, or is it pansexual inclusive of the trans and all of that stuff?
Yeah, a pansexual is inclusive of all of that. A bisexual person is inclusive of female and male, but may not be attracted to trans individuals, etc. But
But can you be a
pansexual
sapiosexual and be a bisexual?
Yes.
If you still have sex with men
if you have sex with male and female, then you're sapiosexual, bisexual.
Do you see?
Because I feel like you could be a sapiosexual.
All the labels and the labels and the division of it all. Like,
I think your resistance is a division.
because it really is. It is designed that way, but all of that to be really like forcing on someone else to me is really crazy as hell. Like, why are we so concerned with another person's identity in that manner?
But okay, my question is why is it, this is might share the table, but why are heterosexual people fine with being called heterosexual, but queer people have an issue with calling things what they are? Like, regardless of however you fall into that category, like, what's the problem? Like,
I'm queer. I identify.
I think because I think that when it comes to the majority, it's almost like you're trying to control another person's narrative. Like, if a person, that's what the majority does. Always try to control the minority's narrative. And I think that is why you get the pushback that you get going to always get. Because who are you to tell me how I should identify how I feel and how I show up for myself and in this world? To tell me, oh, because you have sex with the same gender, you are this. Or if you have sex with the opposite gender, you are this. And if I say, no, this is not what I feel, this is not how I identify myself, see myself, then it's, no, this is what you are. And why do you have a problem with how this is what you're doing? Why do you have a problem? Because I'm telling you who I am, and you're trying to force me into a
No,
label, in a bubble, in a
right.
space that you see me in. That's
But
for
what you
you. That
dis
has nothing to do with me. That's
but if
like a
what you
comfortability.
but if what you describe is that, then I don't see what the problem is. Like if my job title is an astronaut and I do astronaut things and I go to SpaceX every day and I'm planning the next blast off into the stratosphere, like why can't I be called an astronaut?
In
Like
that
should I
situation,
Who
in that
created these labels? Who created these labels? Can we have a real
language
conversation? Who
language
created these labels?
language? And I feel like
Who
it's
no
the queer
language
people.
did not just fall out of the sky. Who created these labels? Because the people
People.
that have an issue with the labels are not people that created the labels.
Yes.
So
No.
who created the labels then? Who, I mean, from
It wasn't
your,
it wasn't melanated folks.
okay, so
Because
white people, are we talking about white people? Is that who you're saying created the labels?
It wasn't melanated folks.
I mean, I'm just asking because I don't know your world view or frame. So I'm asking you, in your opinion, who it is. Are we saying it's white people? Which is cool. Like white supremacy, chattel slavery. I got it. Like that's cool. I'm just trying to understand the frame in which you're coming to the conversation.
It definitely came from the male side.
Okay.
Um
White
a
supremacy.
lot of us, yeah, a
Okay.
lot of us just don't really care for if it was up to the melanated community, same gender community, queer community, we don't really care. That's why you see a lot of division when it comes to the old school um and the new school, because they don't really care about the terminology. They just want to live and enjoy their life. They don't care about the labels and all of that. And that's why I keep saying these labels have really been created to cause division. Now some of them are scientific terms, but most of them really aren't, and it's just to cause division.
Well,
And the
what I can, what
heterosexual
hold on, what I can
community love the heterosexual community really does love to push the narrative and like want to force people. Like I don't know what's so hard about accepting the way what a person say how they want to be identified and recognized. I don't know what's so
I don't
complicated
if you're
about that.
falling into a
I don't think
category,
anything,
why
hold
are you
on,
so resistant from it?
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. What I can hear is happening in the conversation is like a lot of past experiences that people have had are coming into the conversation, and I can understand why you're saying we're anti-labels, because historically it's been used to other us and disenfranchised. So like I can accept that.
But
But when I was having the conversation personally, I'm not coming from that space. But I do hear within everybody, I don't like labels. I can understand if historically or your experience of people labeling you is simply to other you and not to understand, then I can understand what you're saying. It causes division. Like I can understand that. But
that
Yeah, no,
doesn't mean
I
that you're
understand.
not that thing.
I definitely understand your talking, but that's why I was mute for a long time, not saying nothing. I understand and comprehend your talking points, and even the whole bi curious thing, because that provides a understanding. Like there are some people that do not have any agenda other than just trying to basically learn. So they utilize the labels to learn. That's a small percentage. Most people utilize these labels to discriminate,
right, to other people. Right.
to
You're
like
not
you
like
said,
us.
exactly, to other.
Right.
And that's not, and in the case of the matter is that we are beings. So what we call curiosity is just that, just wanting to have an experience to enjoy life. It is not about a label.
I have
that's
a
one
And
of
I just,
the like
Why
that's
can't we
one of the
not use, because to me I put like the sexual concept in the same category as the God concept, while we like are forced to use language, we can also accept that the language is limiting and inadequate in describing things that are more subjective and can't just be sufficiently defined by human language. Like, yes, we have to use it because, I mean, how else are we going to try to even attempt to paint a picture? But we can also accept that it's a attempt at best. So I can understand what the problem is with the labels because they don't adequately describe people's uniqueness or complexity, especially if we accept that gender and or sexuality is on a very vast spectrum that we're still trying to unpack and are nuanced in every damn day, which is why the world is complaining about how many more damn letters queer people are adding to this infinite ass rainbow and acronym. But it goes to show how deep and how vast the
But see, I think
realm
opposite.
of attraction and romance and sexuality and gender and all of this shit is as it culminates inside of us.
Honestly, I would not be surprised if we got a new word like black sexual. I mean, from other groups of people that are only attracted to black people. Just
And that is a thing. There are some black people that are only attracted to black people. And if that label comes out, what's the issue with it? The thing is, I feel like, to what Conscious was saying, it's the exact opposite though. Like, I feel like it's becoming more accommodating. That's why there's so many labels, are so many different, yeah, so many different labels coming out now. And that's why the LGBT has become like infinite in terms of people's sexualities and this and whatever, whatever. I think that, I'm just gonna say it, it kind of sounds ungrateful that people are making these accommodations for queer people. They have all of these studies, people are celebrating you all, and people are coming out with new labels. They're trying to understand. And no, you're still saying, I don't want to be called this thing. Well, why is it a LGBTQ? Like what's the point in that
No,
then?
it's not offensive because also what I
No,
had
but
no
rumor is offended by it. You might
no
not be.
no no I get it, but what I'm saying is that also what I said is that it's a forever growing uh area of study. So that's why we keep adding on because it's not complete. The the
Right.
the depth of how this all works and how it all moves together and what it is and trying to acknowledge it will probably continue to go on into the end of the earth until Jesus calls everybody in a weird closure to the heavens because it's
Mhm.
that vast. So
But rumor, you said that you identify as a sapiosexual, but then you're
Now,
still
I
saying
said that.
that.
I said that is the label. What I said verbatim. I said that is what I learned. That is the label that when I spoke on our last conversation in regards to this, that was the label that I was told that I had based upon the information that I shared. So I personally, and Conscious said it beautifully. I will say this in simpler terms. I don't believe in any label because a label just will put me in a box. My experiences, the box is not big enough for my experiences. I've had experiences that are out of this fucking world that cannot even be explained or described. A label would never do it justice.
But we need labels. Like everything has a
No,
label.
we don't
I'm
need labels. We need
I right now,
understanding and
right now I'm laying
acceptance.
on
We
my
don't need
bed.
labels.
Right now I'm laying on my mattress.
No,
My mattress is covered with
huh?
a sheet. I have pillows. My pillows are covered with a pillowcase. There's a protective cover on my pillow. Like why? Like I still don't understand what's the problem with the label.
I cannot break it down any simpler than I just have broke it down. And that's what I mean when
Because
I
I think
say
there's
that
nothing
when it
left to
comes
say
to
about it.
the majority, like, I don't know why people don't understand black and white. There has always had to be a gray area, and that makes things more complex.
Which is
It
the
is just what
queer.
it is. Look, listen, it is just what it is. A person can be everything that they say that they are, and you will still never understand all that they are, because all that they are is not it's not limited. As we continue to grow, right, we're forever evolving. No one stays the same all day, every day. You're constantly evolving. A label will never hold room and space to describe who I am.
Yeah. Even if a label
Yeah.
is created, it's not all encompassing. It's not the end
Right.
all. It's just, like I said, it's just a attempt. And there's nothing wrong with like using the language. Like we live in a world
Right.
where we communicate. So, you know, we are going to create language to the best of our ability. But in terms of the people, in terms of the conversation that like the label, you know, just labels don't work for a lot of people because they just have looked through the index and just don't feel that there's anything there that adequately explains the phenomenon that is them. And that's okay, because we accept that this is a spectrum, and we accept that language is limiting, and we accept that it's a continual area of study. So the things that people may feel, the labels that people may feel inadequate about today may actually exist a year from now. They may exist a decade from now. They just haven't
Yeah.
showed up yet, because you know this is an ongoing creative process of
And
exploration.
And,
but well, my
Regina,
thing
I
was
want to say this.
I was gonna say that from my understanding, I always thought it was a disservice to people to only have binary options of how to describe how they navigate through life. And my understanding was that, you know, people are trying to find language to better make room for the experiences of other people outside of the binary choices.
That was my
so
point.
that's kind of like how I look at labels. I see what y'all are saying, but to me, I always thought it was a disservice to only be straight or gay, you know, or only be, you're only able to be straight, gay, or just nothing at all. Like I always felt that was kind of a disservice, and maybe some people don't want to be labeled, which is fine. But I think that some people, you know, there's clearly someone who wanted to be labeled as something, because we have the LGBTQIA plus, like we're coming, you know, and maybe some people feel like there are too many of them for it to describe them, and that's fine. But then there are some people who are like, I have a word for my experience, and I'm happy to have that. So I don't know. I don't think, you know, that's why I kind of always have been like, I don't understand the problem with labels, but I do understand some people, like, once again, my experience is too vast to encompass in a word. That's fine. But then I also think it's a disservice to not give people outside of the experience a way to kind of have a point of at least a start to begin to understand.
But
you know,
the point
what you're
is
talking about.
but the point is in the testimony. Like you don't I don't, you know, like I don't need a label to be able to hear a person and just hear. Like if if Aruma say I'm attracted to both sexes or genders, and yet I don't identify as a lesbian, it's like, oh, okay. I mean, I didn't need a label to understand exactly what her experiences have been and how she gets down. She has been with both. She may still be open to both, and she also doesn't identify as a lesbian. Okay, but I mean, I don't have no misunderstanding about that. It ain't nothing complicated for me about it.
It'll be the same as if with the spectrum of people with disabilities, like you have a myriad of individuals with disabilities, and they may have different needs and different experiences, but we all don't carry a label. Each individual do not have autism in front of their name. Each individual do not have Down syndrome, or hell, even cerebral palsy, my condition, under their name.
Right.
We're all beings. We're all living, breathing, sentient beings, and we all don't have the same experiences, and that is okay. When you
But
begin to slap a label like cerebral palsy onto me, and then you use that to define my entire existence, that's putting me in a box.
Well,
So,
yeah.
well,
with
I
that,
don't think you should solely be defined by your illness. But at the same time, if you have cerebral palsy, that's just what it is, and that's the label for it. Just
I
like how
mean,
there's so many other illnesses that, you know, some of
yes,
them haven't
but
even.
hang on, hang on. Let me finish my point.
Okay.
The thing is, it doesn't define me, and I will not, and I will never allow you or anyone else to tell me that because this is what it is, that somehow defines me. It doesn't.
I've
It's
never
one
said that
small.
though.
I know you haven't. I know you
Okay.
haven't. But what I'm saying is, other people have. They
Okay.
have taken that one word, cerebral palsy, and blasted that as though that's my entire existence. This is
And I
why
respect that.
labels suck, because it doesn't it doesn't do it justice. It's a placeholder. It doesn't do what I've experienced justice. Yes, I was born with cerebral palsy, but cerebral palsy doesn't really define my entire existence. It doesn't really define my career. It's just one aspect, and it's physical.
Right.
But
But yes, it doesn't define you as the individual, but does it not define a limitation? Just like how as a heterosexual, my limitation is that I'm not attracted to the same sex. Like why can't we, like, isn't that
I mean,
also a fact?
if you're, it does define a limitation, but not in the same sense. Sexuality is fluid. It's complicated. It's all of these things,
For
and it's
some.
all in like it's all not for some.
But if
We're
you're
literally
queer, we
we're
already
we're literally
established that
like
you're fluid.
we're literally coming into a deeper understanding of what sexuality is, and we don't understand every
Mhm.
little aspect of
We
it.
don't.
So
That's
Can
why
I give
there's
it,
continue. Go
William?
ahead.
so
Can I help you out real quick? Can I give a
yeah,
great? Thank
yeah,
you.
go ahead.
I'll give you an
Yeah.
example. Because I want to provide clarity of the whole labeling thing. Clearly, I said in the last stream, I spoke about being black, being a black woman, right? Repeatedly. So I understand the necessity of there being labels for identity purposes. Where I struggle with the labeling thing when it comes to the sexuality and gender, because again, these things are forever evolving. I cannot change my race.
Yeah.
I can't do nothing about my race. My race is never going to evolve as far as my pigment, my melon
Okay.
is never going to change. But my sexuality is forever going to evolve. Nothing
Is
stays the
it?
same. And yeah, it's going to forever evolve, because what I may like today, I may not like tomorrow. The
Conscious.
same thing with the same way that I identify myself as far as my gender. Today, I may see myself as a woman. Tomorrow, I may see myself as a man,
So
i.e.,
you're a fluid
trans.
person.
So I'm just giving this as an example. I may see myself that way because it may be all about the energies, which energy I feel like I am more dominating towards one side than the other. It is an evolving thing. And I think that a lot of times, because we're so used to what we have been taught and brainwashing to believe about the societal norms, because as another example, I may just see myself as a living being and not as a male or female when it comes to gender.
So you're
It is the
gender
mindset
neutral.
the
Bring
mindset is
just
ever evolving based upon the knowledge that I come into. Like, I'm out of the matrix. I've been stepped out of the matrix. So the more that my mind is open to the realities of who I am as a being, the less and for the less I acknowledge the labels, and the further away from the matrix I am for all that I am taught and I have known. I see the bigger picture. And I feel like labels literally just confine us from the awareness of what's deeper and more important from, what we have been programmed to believe in the first place.
But that's not true. You just described that you can change your label at any point depending on how you feel, though. Like no one is saying, "Oh,
And people
you're
do it all
safe."
the
You
time.
Yeah, and aren't they gender fluid? If you're talking about fluid
exactly,
gender or gender neutral, if they don't feel like they're anything.
exactly. You just described
Yes.
that same
Okay.
thing. So what's the pushback? You just described that.
No, I
I
said
think
it's
it's I
ever
think
evolving. I think I don't know what you're not really getting. I'm saying that like the conformities of what the societal norms, it is ever evolving. And I
But
gave
right.
you an
you just
example
said,
of.
I understand. I'm not slow. Like,
I
homebody.
didn't say you were
I
slow.
understand.
Calm down.
No, no, no. I'm calm. I'm
Not
just saying.
homebody catching the stray.
I was
She
gonna
gonna
say,
always
dang,
catch a
she in the
stray,
bed.
okay? She gonna always catch no.
She ain't
But
safe in the bed.
no, what I'm saying is you just described that people at any point in time, depending on their life stage, depending on whatever events are going on internally, that they can choose to have a different existence or choose to go into a different space. So in that case, yes, if for me, for example, if I go from having sex with only men and then I decide, you know what, I want to have a more liberated lifestyle. I'm at this point in my life that yada yada yada. Yes, then I would not call myself a heterosexual. If I decide I want to go back to that, then I would. Like at the end of the day, no one is saying that you have to be one thing forever. And yes, I get it. Like especially when it comes to men, if you traditionally, if you do a gay act, you are considered gay. But I think that in this day and age, for myself especially, I am holding this space for people to have those extra letters in the LGBT or the queer community. I am holding space for that. I'm just saying that I don't understand why there's a
Can I
pushback on it.
present something? If I
Yes.
if I if I say I saw God,
Mhm.
Bree may say I had a vision. Rumors may say I had a hallucination. You may say, Regine, I actually saw the living God. I actually saw that God. William may say mistaken identity. I mean, in terms of what everyone is going to label what I'm saying or what I'm describing is like one thing, but but all of those labels also don't necessarily like objectively speak to what the fuck it is that really was my experience, and I also don't need to label it in order to describe it to you, all right? Because I just said I just saw God, so you know what that means, or you know what I'm communicating, and I don't need the label either.
Right.
I don't need to say it was a vision. I don't need to say it was.
You don't need to, but if you said a vision, you don't have to. One, some things aren't objectively, some things aren't objective, so they can't be witnessed by other people to then be said what they actually are.
Definitively.
There's one
Exactly.
thing, and then two,
but even if they were,
but two, it's gonna also depend on,
right?
But it's gonna depend on the school of thought in which we're speaking. Because if you're speaking in a religious term, they would call that a vision. If you're talking about in a psychological, psychiatric term, then they probably would say, "Oh, it's a hallucination."
And what if I'm not? And what if I'm not a clinical
right?
physician and I'm not a religious
Then
person,
you
I'm
would
just
call it, like you
that's
said,
all I'm doing.
somebody else calls it. But a lot of times the language.
But what if I'm not
is,
calling it anything? I'm just describing.
Well, then how would you're just describing it to me, and then I walk away from that conversation and say, "Oh yeah, Conscious had a vision," and then you're gonna say I'm putting your experience in a box because I heard what you said and understood
said
that
yes.
to be
Yes.
a vision.
Because
it doesn't. Hold on, but me understanding what you said to me, you relayed your experience to me, and I walk away from it, and I summarize what you described to me as a vision. Does not take away from the fullness of your experience. I can't put you in a box because it was your experience, right?
No,
it's just my understanding of
but
it.
I can no. Like I understand that, but in terms of like bringing that back to what Rumors is saying, it's like the problem is like people wanting you to submit to how they've interpreted your experience. Like I like in the issue of sexuality, it's just like, okay, yeah, for you it may be lesbian, maybe bi, maybe pan, it may be all those things, but for me it may be none of those.
Right, but if I'm using the if you told me you you had sex with a man and then on the next day you had sex with a woman, and I walk away from that saying, oh, okay, and, you know, maybe I don't have the full picture of it, but let's just say you gave me your sexual experiences and all that, you explained to me that you have sex with men and women, like, okay, so I walk away from that conversation just thinking, oh, okay, they're bisexual. I mean, I'm not, that's not minimizing your experience. That's just my understanding of what I just heard from you relay in a word.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with walking away and having that thought. I think the problem comes in when people try to project that thought, their thoughts.
Yeah, well, that's
onto
that's
others.
controlling.
And like you said, you did say repeatedly, like you had a thought, especially when you were talking about bi-curious. Like, you can have the thought, but you respect how a person says, you know, what they want to be called, labeled, whatever, or whatever. So you're not gonna try to force that. You can have that thought and that opinion, but you're not gonna try to force that. I'm speaking on how people try to force their own opinions based upon, and we know people do that. They really want to put you in a space that they project and perceive you to be in.
Right.
And I'm saying,
I totally understand that phenomenon.
Don't put me in that space, because it's ever evolving.
I can understand that, because as a person who believes in like Jesus, I don't like to be called a Christian because I know all the loaded language that comes along with that. So it's an understanding of having a loaded, it's an understanding of the loaded language most people use and all the negative connotations that come along with how people use language. That's why you don't like labels.
If you can understand, so if you can understand what that loaded language means to you,
right?
What's the difference between what somebody else is saying, that the experience that I've had with God is just that. It's the experience, and you are saying, okay, well, you've had a vision. Like, why would that be any different from what you just said about being a Christian?
Because I'm walking away from what this other person described to me. And if I was to explain to another person what I understood from the other person, I'm going to say, oh, they told me they had a vision. So that's just how I walk away from that. Just like I can say all day, I don't identify as Christian, but I believe in Jesus and the Bible. And then somebody's going to say, oh, she's a Christian. They're going to walk away from that and say, I'm a Christian, whether I feel that way or not. And that's something that I don't have control over. That I don't have control over that. So the only thing that can happen is, you know, maybe if they talk to me, they don't refer to me as a Christian, because I don't prefer it for myself, like Rumors and T is saying, but they may walk away from that conversation and be like, oh yeah, she's still a Christian. Like,
but would you accept the label of religious?
I mean, I don't go to church, but I don't think it would be accurate. But if that's what someone wants to call me, then that's just going to be their understanding of what I'm relating to them as how I
So what would you call yourself?
I'm just a follower of Jesus, right? So some people say, well, that makes you a Christian, right?
I wouldn't say that, but okay.
Well, I mean, some people will say that, though. Some people will say that, because to be a Christian is to be like Christ. That's where the name Christian comes from. So someone will walk away from me and say, well, then you are a Christian, and I cannot control that. Now, like Rumor and T said, respect can come in where maybe you don't call me that if I don't prefer to be called that, and I'm totally fine with that. But if someone wants to relay if someone wants to relay the conversation they had with me and about me, and they use the word Christian, then that also would not be inaccurate.
You would not identify.
I would say it's inaccurate, but I can understand the reference.
Right, and it colloquially, how we use language is not completely inaccurate, so I would not be upset about it.
Yeah. I wouldn't be upset about it either, but I would still classify it as inaccurate, because it is like, I'm not a Christian, and you know I'm not.
That's not how I identify. So if you talk to me, don't call me that. But if you're relating it to somebody else,
but I understand why that person would be, why, you know, for the sake of just like common communicating and just making it make sense on a basic fundamental hook on fun.
So in this conversation where we're having a third party conversation and we're talking about a experience about someone who had an experience, they're not here. If as a third party, I listen to that, it's like, oh, that person seemed like they was bi-curious to me. Now I'm not gonna go up to that man and be like, you're bi-curious. Like, if he identifies as straight, I'm not gonna do that. But I mean, I'm still gonna come to the conclusion I came to.
But you know what, Bree? Because you have, from your talking points, you have had enough experiences where, like you said earlier, I see the wisdom in your talking points. That you practice wisdom in engaging and dealing with people. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't. The majority does not. They don't try to get an understanding. They just want to. They want things to be there, and it's so weird to me because even with the majority, I know so many people, quote unquote, that consider themselves heterosexual, right? That have had experiences, as Conscious was saying earlier about the women's community, that have had experiences knowing that they still want to be labeled heterosexual.
Well, they're
They
not.
do not want the labels of the rainbow community, right?
Right.
And I just
They
find
can
it
feel how
crazy
they
because
want.
even people that have the talking points of, but they are be having to, like, if everybody, because a lot of people just frustrate the shit out of me. I believe every human being on this earth has had a thought about same gender loving experiences
Absolutely.
and
Okay.
are very hypocritical.
And that would be curious. That would be curious.
Okay, are very
A
hypocritical
thought
and will
makes
not
you
take ownership
curious?
publicly, will not speak it publicly, but want to throw the label onto someone else. This is why I just can't take it when people try to force and project and pretend like this is coming from a genuine place when I know that it's not coming from a genuine place. This is like someone trying to control someone else's narrative, and I just call bullshit on bullshit.
I think this is where the how do I say? I would say the wanting to not, how do I want to say this? I would say the wanting to not be, I would say the dishonesty. The dishonesty that people have to not just say what something is the reason why there's so much confusion. If as a young lady, or saying you had past experiences that were sexual in nature with the same sex, and at that point, if you were having sex exclusively with women but you were attracted to men, I could say that you were bisexual, but you're not heterosexual. If no, you live your life in a heterosexual way, you might still be attracted to women, I could call you bisexual. But if you're not attracted to women, you only have sex with men, and that's how you choose to live your life, or that's how, not even choose, if that's how you genuinely feel internally, then yes, you are heterosexual. I think it's dishonest,
So,
and people have been dishonest in allowing people who have had same-sex experiences to call themselves heterosexual, and that is just the truth. It's dishonest because it's not.
well, I'm going to say every human being walking the face of this earth is dishonest because every human being walking the face of this earth has been bi-curious and is bi-curious.
She got you.
Oh, you
Nah,
see
They
what she's
got you.
doing? She's
They
forcing
got
nah.
you.
us to be called
They
by
I
got
think
you.
there's
It
some
can
people
you
who,
cannot
They
I
you
think
got
some
you,
cannot
people,
bro.
there's
you
definitely some people who
cannot
straight and have
cannot
never.
you cannot say
I
you
can.
can't be a hypocrite and say the pendulum swings one way when it damn sure
You're being
swings
the
both ways
hypocrite.
back and forth.
You are
I'm not being
labeling
I mean,
everyone as
because
hypocritical.
bi-curious. We are saying that people are
yeah,
allowed
people
to
can
express
be.
themselves differently. Why is everybody bi-curious now? Why are you forcing that onto me?
Because every human being has had a thought about same gender loving. Every human
I
being.
mean, but a thought about same gender loving isn't the same as like being like, oh, I think maybe I'm a little attracted to it and I want to try this out
So
for
what is
myself.
bi-curious? Then what is
You,
bi-curious? I
Bi-curious are
thought I
people.
thought
You
y'all
are
established that
bi-curious.
definition.
You are
I thought y'all
bi-curious.
established
Actually,
that
you're
definition.
bisexual.
No, yeah,
I
we read
thought
it
we
earlier.
established. I don't get worked up that way. I don't give a damn what nobody says. I own my own identity. You can throw a label everywhere, which way you want. That shit will never stick.
They're
You call me
I
interested.
thought y'all
bi-curious.
Hold on,
I
they're
can call you
interested.
established. I thought I was being sarcastic to prove a point about the
So
hypocrisy
am
of
I.
the dominant majority that love to want to try to hold and dictate somebody else's identity. At the end of the day, you can think whatever you want. This is why I was saying to you, Brie, I appreciate the wisdom in which you were navigating in the conversation. You can walk away and have a thought, but to try to force, which is what what's her name again? Regine is doing. You cannot force
I'm
a
not forcing
label onto
anything on
someone.
you. I'm
But
saying
you
if
are trying to,
I'm
not on
not.
me, but
I'm
on
not
people in
forcing
general. You
anything onto
are.
you. No, I'm not.
You
You can
are.
describe yourself as however you want. I am not telling you to describe yourself as something you're not. Okay, I'm not saying that.
Okay, so I'm trying. Let me be clear. We're not making this based upon myself. We're speaking in general. And what you did was, in general, try to force a label onto
What was
people.
the label
And
that I?
we
What was
went
the
into
label?
we went into circles. You just said people are not being truthful about how basically what they're doing and what is what. And I'm saying that can't be the case if a person, just because a person has laid with, let's say a woman has laid with another woman and she says, I'm not bisexual. You're saying, well, she had the experience, she laid with another woman, so she is bisexual. She's not being honest.
Because she's not.
How can you say she's not being honest? What if that was just her experimenting and she realized this is not for me? How does that make her bisexual?
She had a bisexual experience or lesbian experience. Like,
So,
what's the
how
problem?
does that make her bisexual? That means she had an experience, but how does that make her bisexual? You can't force
Miss
a
Lady,
label onto a person.
Miss Lady,
And this is what
They had
this
the
is
same
honestly.
a better way of framing it is probably she had a same gender loving experience, like a same gender sexual experience,
Or
or
she
a
said
same
she had
gender loving
same
experience,
gender.
but not per se a lesbian
Or she said a bisexual experience, maybe.
Because
I
like
literally
these are more
described.
so like identities and labels that people choose who like kind of consistently operate in that fashion, like in bisexual.
Yeah, it's like their choice to move forward in that space.
I literally described what those experiences were, and I said if the person chooses to live their life as heterosexual, now I would call them heterosexual.
Right.
What am I forcing onto you? Tell me.
The last statement you just made, she said that earlier, but the last statement she just made is not what she said. So when we go on, we're going to have talking point. But the last thing you just said before I interjected was people are, Lord, I wish you could just rewind and roll back that beautiful bean footage. The last thing you said, Regine, was if a person, people are not being honest, if a person has had the same gender loving experience.
Mm-hmm. Then they're not heterosexual. That was a lesbian experience. If they move on with their life and they're currently living in a different or having a different,
you didn't actually use the word. You didn't tag on experience to that, and that was the reason why I said what I said. Experience didn't get tagged onto it. And I ain't gonna let you tag it on right now.
Okay, well let me remove it. If you when you were younger were being a lesbian, you were being a lesbian. If you're not being a lesbian now, then I wouldn't call you a lesbian. Is that good enough? It is what it is.
No,
and that's
I'm
what
saying it is okay. It is okay to have the thought, like to use those terminologies for yourself, to have an understanding, but don't slap, because you said they're not being truthful with themselves. That's what you said.
Society hasn't been truthful with them. That's why there's a pushback, and that's why there's a problem. Your point was that it's not fair that when women, when they're younger, have these lesbian experiences, and know they're, but they don't want to be called lesbian. And my point was, I agree with you. That is dishonest because it's not heterosexual. You can't call yourself a heterosexual if you're out here having lesbian experiences, and that's just what it is at that point in time. If you move forward in life, I'm explaining for you the 100th time at this point. I hope you get it. If you're living your life
no, you ain't talking. Hold on.
That is what I explained.
Let me make something real clear, because I've been respectful and I'm going to remain respectful as long as you're respectful. Don't talk to me in a condescending way. We can have a passionate conversation. We can have a no. Let me make something very clear to you, because I like you. We can have a very passionate conversation, but you will not talk to me in a condescending tone. You will not play around with me with wordplay. I'm very sharp. I'm very no. It ain't no. If you can understand, my comprehension level is on point all the time. You will not play in my face. I'm not that person.
And I won't go back and forth with you like that. So watch your verbiage.
Watch your verbiage. That's what I'm saying to you, sis. Watch your verbiage.
I said, I repeated myself. Why am I explaining myself again?
Because I'm not an idiot. I hear very well, and I heard your talking points, and that's the reason why I was calling out bullshit.
Why is it bullshit if I just explain it again, though? And I Basically, I agreed with you.
You don't add and subtract, and I don't care how far back we go in this conversation. I am alert, I'm attentive, and I listen. I know what I heard. There's nothing wrong with my ears. I know what I comprehended. And we can agree to disagree. I'm okay with that.
What are we disagreeing about, though? I think I agreed with you. I'm
okay with you not agreeing with me, though.
Yes, it
Like, I
is.
want to be clear on that.
So what are you agreeing with, Regine?
She said her whole thing is about that it's not fair that women get to have these same-sex experiences, but they want to call themselves heterosexual, and that's not fair. That's not right. Right? Is that what you were saying?
That is not what I said.
What do you say?
That is not what I said. I said, because I didn't make it about women per se. I said it is not fair to slap labels, which has been my whole talking point this whole time. It is not fair to slap labels onto a person if they say that that's not how they identify. And your talking points have been, it is a label to be slapped on a person because that's how they are. This is what they're doing and what they're engaging in. And I'm saying, no, it's not. And then Bree gave a perfect example. And yet we still went back in circles, back to the same talking points again about people not being honest with themselves. And that's why I say, well, if we're going to talk and be honest, then every heterosexual person on this earth has had a thought. They may not say it out loud, but they've had a thought about the same gender in a sexual manner. Every heterosexual on this planet.
I guess I'm imagination, imagine, oh, sexual. I'm an imagine sexual. Ooh.
And I'm okay. And I don't need anybody to admit to that, because it ain't about trying to like call nobody out or anything. It's just the reality. I know it's the truth. And every human being on earth knows that it's the truth. They thought about it or whatever the case may be. And the point is that if we're going to be like, oh, because you've had an experience, this is who you are.
I did not say
versus
that's
just
who you
getting to
are
understand.
for the rest of your life, though. I said that that's what it was at that point in time.
I didn't say you said for the rest of your life. I'm speaking in general. And I'm really not trying to attack you and make this a combative
I don't feel
thing.
attacked, though. I don't feel attacked.
No,
So
okay, yeah, I just want to clarify that, or whatever the case may be. I'm just very, very adamant about accepting people for who they say that they are and allowing them to show up that way. It's nothing wrong with using labels for yourself. Listen, it is okay. It's nothing wrong with you, Regine, with using labels for yourself to have an understanding. But there
calling
is
someone
something wrong.
heterosexual if they're not heterosexual is dishonest, and it's just not true. It's just not true.
So like,
it doesn't matter how you feel.
Hold on. So like, because I feel like I understand where both of y'all coming from. Like, if we are establishing that there are like in denial as people who do things and just refuse to see themselves as what they in fact are, I mean, like, yeah, that happens. We call it the down low community. We know that there is an entire community of people who get down in ways that, for societal reasons and indoctrination reasons, will never identify even with the labels that adequately describe their situation because of what their situation actually is. But then also, you know, on the Women's and Tea side, you know, there are people who don't identify that way, and it don't have anything to do with shame. It's just that the labels are inadequate, and they do not, like, they're just not adequate. They just aren't.
But if someone is down low, are you gonna call them a heterosexual? Is that an honest
Here's
statement?
the thing,
Just
like,
because that's
even
what
if
they
you
want to be
imagine
called?
something doesn't mean that you're acting on something. If you're you can relate to both being heterosexual and being a person that might have tried something 15, 20, 30, 40 years ago, and that isn't the majority of how you spent your life. But you might have thoughts over the course of your life, but the one that the label that you want to say is most like you in based on your experiences, then go with that. I mean, I don't see anything
So now
wrong
you're bringing
with
back the
going with
label.
that.
I feel like we're talking in circles about the same point, because I ultimately am not disagreeing with anyone, to be honest. I'm just saying, huh?
I said, I made it to the promised land, baby. Oh, y'all still circling around the same mountain for 40 years.
Literally, like, I don't know why I keep having to explain this. And I didn't say that someone is
But do
one
you
thing for the
understand,
rest
like,
of their
what
life.
I said about, like, the argument that Women's and Tea is making is that, like, the labels are genuinely inadequate for people. Like it don't matter, like, how much language we think we have. That language and labeling does not adequately describe people's situation.
Or their limitation.
It just doesn't. Just like there's
Because
How
no
would you describe what do you identify as conscious?
as a bad bitch.
Hello.
Apart from
Yeah,
that,
me
what else do
too.
you
And
what
we're in the
else?
same group.
What else?
why does it matter? Like he's
Am I
not
talking to
like.
you? Is your name Conscious? Or is your name
Oh
the
no!
talk with
Oh no!
William
Oh no!
Morris?
Oh no! 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 What you
I
Yes.
don't
will not
feel
do
like
is be
hold on.
condescending.
Allow a Regine to engage me. It's nothing combative going on
But
here.
is he a guard dog? What
Literally-
is happening?
She's
Right,
just
Conscious.
literally asking questions. That's all.
Seriously.
Girl,
Um,
we will not
are
do
you
this.
meaning like in orientation, Regine?
Yes. Like how would you
I mean,
describe yourself?
I identify as gay. I identify as the same gender loving man. I mean, I have had opposite sex sexual encounters recently, as in like the last 2 years. But I still ultimately identify as gay because my attraction to women is like few far and in between in terms of sexual.
Okay.
It's not enough, I feel, for me to really feel comfortable just identifying as bisexual. So
Okay, and if in the future you decide that, you know what, I want to explore, women more, like would you still call yourself gay or would you kind of transition whatever you describe yourself out of that?
I
Is
would
it fair
I
to
would
describe yourself
describe myself
differently?
as I would describe myself as a gay man who cheated on my diet on that day.
Stop. But if that is only a one time thing or like it
If
happened
it's a
once or
few
twice.
far and in between, I mean,
Exactly. But what I'm
I don't
saying
have a
is
problem articulating expressing that experience, but I would still identify myself as a gay man because it's so few far and in
exactly.
and it
But
doesn't
my question is, if in the future, right, you decide to switch it up a little, you want to include women, you kind of want to change up how you go about things sexually, you're finding yourself attracted to women, do you still, and you decide to actively, participate in devouring women, would you only describe yourself as a gay man, or would it be honest with yourself to only describe yourself as gay at that point?
No, I mean, like I said, I don't have a problem with labels. Like I mean, I use language personally, but I also understand the problem with language. I don't feel like it's like I don't feel like you have to have an allegiance to. I don't feel like if you support labels that you didn't have to be against anti-labels, or if you are like pro anti-label that you have to be against. Like I feel like both have a reality. We use language, but I also am just intelligent enough to know that language is limiting, so I get why it's not adequate. And
It's not adequate, but my point is in asking you those questions is that things change. Things can change. Back
yeah,
to
but
rumors. I
at the
never
same
said that
time,
she or anyone else had to be stuck in this one box forever. And I also acknowledge the dishonesty in people saying that they're one thing when they're clearly not. So, like, what is the actual problem here? Like, what's the problem?
I think I don't think there is like a problem as in a problem, but I think that like
But there's so much
uh,
pushback.
the point. I think the pushback is to get people, because I think the pushback is motivated by a lot of the bigotry that we know is in the world. Like Rumor said, a lot of the people are like wanting intentionally to like put people into a box, and there is space, to just have all of this intellectual sparring and to push the point that like it's important to like open up the middle ground. It's important to like just expand that and to explore if language is, I mean, like if these labels are even really necessary at all, because at the end of the day, people are just human and having a human experience, and all of this shit is a social construct. Language and words are man-made. There's no such thing as the words that we're fucking using. Like we've just assigned meaning to them and we can unassign it, which is what anti-labelers are actually fucking doing, or non-binary people are actually doing. They are obstructing these constructs, which
But
I
their
also
label is
love.
non-binary though.
Huh?
But
You
their
know what
label
it? You
is
know what it?
non-binary.
Huh? Hold on.
You know
Huh?
what it is, Virginia?
What?
It's the limitations that these labels allow people access, like certain spaces. It limits their access to these spaces. Unfortunately, like for instance, feeling like because I don't even want to go and get into the whole trans conversation or whatever. It's just that it provides room for people to be prejudiced, to discriminate.
People are gonna do that regardless. But my point
But
is, you can be fluid,
see,
you can be
you can't
queer.
minimal. But that's the thing. You can't minimalize it. Just be
I
like,
am
okay,
not
that's normal. People
minimizing
gonna do.
anything.
But
No,
I'm
no, I
hear what I'm
cannot.
saying to you. Hear what I'm saying to you. That's how it comes across. That's exactly what it is. It may not be your intention to do that, but that's what it is. That's what happens. That is the reason why the pushback is so fierce. It's so aggressive
From your
because
side?
this is what is happening, and we cannot. And that's what the majority does. They literally, it happens all the time. What it's just like the whole race conversation. Like I just don't understand why people can't see these things and acknowledge these things and not make it so like nonchalant, because it's not a nonchalant thing. It literally has cause, and it fuels the
Some of the
things that we fight against every day.
some of the labeling is fueled by patriarchy, is fueled by misogyny, is fueled by white patriarchy, is fueled by all of those things. Like, even a conversation around like men's sexuality or fluidity versus women. Like, like that's why we had a whole conversation like just, a few ago about the double standard, because the way we interpret women's behavior amongst women versus the way we would interpret a heterosexual man's behavior amongst heterosexual men. Like, we know that there's a double standard. We know that, based upon the observant and how most people have been socialized and indoctrinated, that there's going to be two different interpretations of the same behavior by, the different genders, because of how lopsided a lot of the narratives are, and just the way that we've been taught to angle our interpretations of those behaviors. So these type of conversations allow us to kind of just like emphasize that and make a point to be like, see the difference in what we just did here, see how we didn't keep that same energy here, see how we and it just allows us to also unpack the fact that we don't know what the fuck we're talking about when we're really talking about people. And that's just the God honest truth, which is why I'm okay with the whole like anti-label conversation, because at the end of the day, we don't know what the fuck is going on. I mean, yeah, we sit outside of other people, and we even sit outside of our own behaviors and make assessments and use language and labels, and still do not be knowing what the fuck really is going to fuck on, which is why shit be changing and motherfuckers be going through every bit of type of a phase and no phase at all, because we don't really know what it is. We just know that we're existing and we're feeling and we are doing things, and it's okay not to use labels. Like, it's not necessary to use a label. Like, I mean, we don't need the labels. If somebody just simply shares, I'm attracted to both, I mean, yeah, there's language for that, but that's all also that you need to know. And it's not necessary to have to actually assign a label to it. It's not. I just told you that I'm into both, or I'm into none, or I'm into one, or I'm into everything sometimes. Or like, I mean, do you need a label? No. If I say I love God, I mean, you don't need a label. You don't need a religion. I mean, it's enough that you just know that I love God. I mean, okay, that's it. That's all. No Christian, no Buddhist, no Wiccan, no pagan. I mean, there's words there to assist, but it's also not necessary. Like, it's just like the information itself is just enough. If people are just sharing, it's not necessary to then put a period on it with the label.
If they even want to share. I mean, thank you, Conscious, for allowing me up and being able to speak with y'all. And hello to everybody that is on the panel here. But like, all this stuff is private stuff. You can share if you feel like it, and you can fucking not share if you don't feel like it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's personal when it comes to your sexuality. And if you had an experience here and there with the same gender, or if we talking about genders, I mean, shoot, you can also talk about other things that some people that's in the far off land be into extra things that's not human. Okay, so like, that's your personal thing. And if somebody actually addresses you and asks you what you label yourself as, you can decide to even answer or not answer. Like, it's
Yeah, but I
personal.
wouldn't be offended. Like, there's so much offense. That's I just don't know why there's so much offense to it. You can decide you want to be labeled or not, but I just don't see why there's so much of. Yes, I get the whole limiting thing about it, but I want to be offended. Like, there's nothing to be offended about. Like, just like the same racism thing. Like, I'm black. I think all of us up here are black. I wouldn't be offended if someone called me black. But if you used it in a
Don't let a
derogatory.
Kamala be up here, baby, and let somebody use the word "we're all black."
What did you say?
That bitch. I said, don't allow a Kamala Harris to be up here, and you say, we're all black up here, because
Fuck her.
it'll be a whole congressional
We
hearing.
black, but we ain't the same kind of black.
We ain't the same kind of black. And even in that, there are different categories of black. You know what? She's a mixed race woman. It is what it is. But that's the thing, though. That's my point. If somebody used blackness in a derogatory way, then we would have a problem. But the label itself, and again, some people don't like that. They don't want to be called labels, whatever. But my final point on that is that I just don't see why the label itself needs to be offensive. And whoever feels how they want to feel, whatever. Continue on.
It's for me, and it's giving you very nonchalant about it.
What am I nonchalant?
Because you just said like whatever, and like a dismissive tone, like you really don't give a shit.
Wasn't I here for so long? Like, how am I nonchalant? Like, can I not bring a point to an end? Am I supposed to run around in Mulberry Bush with you all night long? Is that what you want me to do?
I mean, it's whatever the fuck you want to do. Because right
so
now,
why are you using the? So you just said it's whatever the fuck I want to do. I want the fuck to end it for me. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Good.
Okay, whatever.
So don't label me as nonchalant, because I explain myself more than enough.
But that's how it came off to me. That is my experience.
How is that? Whatever. You can have your experience. That's some
But
bullshit.
okay, so I mean, okay.
I'm not offended.
I feel like some people.
I'm not offended. I don't feel like anybody's being nonchalant. I thought this is a great.
But even if you are being nonchalant, why would you be offended? It's not okay. So like, if you make certain things, like aspects of your life, a major deal, why does somebody else have to have that same feeling about those aspects that you make a big deal? Like, I mean,
to the trans conversation, right? Like, I mean, like that is a good example, because like when trans women don't use trans and just use women, then it causes a lot of this to happen adjacently, which is like, okay, why y'all can't use trans? Why y'all
but low key, everything y'all just been arguing about literally just happened. He said you made a statement. He called it nonchalant because of his experience of it. You said don't call me nonchalant, and then he said you can't tell me what word to use because I just experienced you and I'm calling it nonchalant. That's literally what this whole argument was about, and it literally just happened.
Yeah, because I was being.
Well,
no, I'm saying it literally. This is how it works. Like, that is the whole point. This is how it works. You said something.
But his
he experienced it.
was...
So, but hold on. You said something. He experienced it. Used the word we have in English to describe what he just experienced from you, which he decided was nonchalant. You didn't like it because you didn't feel like you were being nonchalant, which would be how you identify, not as nonchalant. And he said, well, it doesn't matter what you just said because I experienced you as such. So I'm going to use the word nonchalant. That's literally what
Sean is reminding you, Regine, that you said that you wouldn't be offended by labels.
That is literally what this whole conversation. So y'all both kind of just did what y'all were arguing about. He labeled you something you didn't want to be identified as.
Listen. I was being sarcastic when I said don't label me as nonchalant. Like, you guys need to understand sarcasm. I was clearly being sarcastic. What I'm
just saying, but it literally just happened.
No, not really, because if he had described me with a word that was closer to my whole tone or whatever I said this whole time, then I would have accepted it. But to say I'm nonchalant, that literally means that you don't care or something like that. And I literally have been
you don't like the connotations of nonchalant, right?
Okay, so what is a better term for you, Regine?
Because that's not how it was. If you use other words that were similar, you guys could all come up with different words that were similar. I would accept those.
But what is the word for you, though?
He used that word. He used that word because she said, "I don't care," which literally is part of the definition for nonchalant.
Okay, so that's what. So basically, let me link up the analogy. What just happened was Y'all are saying y'all are doing what y'all felt like when we first started this long loop of a conversation, what me and Regine was doing. Y'all described what Regine just did as nonchalant, just like we described what Conscious described as by curiousness. She did not like that term because it has negative. It has what? Hold on, because it has a negative. It has a negative connotation because she wasn't doing
it's not
that.
the negative connotation. It's literally
not?
not the description of how I have been, though. It's literally not the description. I just said if you had used words, all of you guys could come up with different words. I don't know what I would describe it as, but if you come up with words that I felt were more closely related to how I have expressed myself, then yeah. But
okay, so you agree with the word.
What?
You don't agree with him saying you were nonchalant because you were just ending a point after arguing it for 2 hours, so you were a little tired. So that's why you sounded the way you sounded. Okay,
would you describe that as nonchalant?
Okay, so the point is not that I agree with the word he used. The point is what just happened between y'all is literally what we've been arguing for 2 hours about. And y'all both took the opposite positions in this exchange that we just argued about. He labeled you something you didn't like. You said, don't label me that because that's not accurate to what I was doing. He said, I don't care. It's the accurate word for how I experienced you. And that's literally what we've been arguing about for 2 hours.
No, but if it's just plain wrong.
Okay, just like they said we were wrong for calling the man by curious. Didn't they say that? Did they not say that? Did they not say that?
Did he not exhibit by curious traits?
Okay, did you not by saying I don't care exhibit nonchalant traits?
And I said whatever, no, I don't care.
Okay, whatever, no, I don't care is nonchalant.
But do you guys have continuity problems?
Is there a continuity issue? Regine, here's the thing: you can give another word.
Okay, so use another word that is closer related to what I was.
But it's from your perspective. So what is the perspective that will equivalent? Whatever. I don't care, nonchalant, or.
You got so triggered by the word nonchalant
because it's not accurate. Listen, and I'm gonna say this one more time.
I'm getting my whole life.
No, because there's a continuity issue here. We have been talking for a whole 2 hours about the same topic or longer. If I have
14 hours, really.
Okay, if I have brought my point to an end, but then I said, okay, whatever, does that mean that I don't care? Does that mean that I'm nonchalant?
No, of course I understand that I understand why you took the tone you had. You're tired. We just argued this for like 2 hours.
Your point,
I'm agreeing with you. With you. Like, I don't believe you were nonchalant. I was using that to give an example of this whole argument we were just having about, we said by curious about the guy Conscious described. They took offense to it because they don't think that it's fair to label him. We can't decide that for him. Then we just had this whole exchange and you both just did it in that second in a different way. And it was completely missed that the same thing just happened.
No, but your example doesn't make sense to me because that word wasn't closely related to.
And they're saying by curious isn't accurate to what Conscious friend did because he was just being platonic.
Yeah, but we already established that that's not platonic.
Okay.
Did, but I was more so just creating space to consider other interpretations.
This is ridiculous.
I'm not purely neglecting by curious, but I just also offered like there's other explanations.
Right. I mean, I'm not. I mean, if it's missed, I just wanted to point out. I thought it was hilarious that it just happened in real time, separate from anything that's a group of people that's othered or stigmatized or whatever. It was separate from something, and it was.
But that's not a good example. Is my point, though. That's not a good example.
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, you can give a better example to it if you want to, Regine.
It was dynamic if you ask me. It was dynamic if you ask me. A great setup to show taking away, from the whole sexuality thing and everything. Just it really was a great example from a different dynamics. So kudos to you for peeping that, Bree. And presented it for others, for other people, because although Regine may not see it as a good example, it may have actually helped somebody else in the chat. You know what I mean? That was struggling to see and identify. You know what I mean? And I love it.
Baby.
That literally makes no sense, but okay.
And honestly,
this is what happens this is really what happens when people when a person feels like they're the only intelligent person in the room.
I don't think I'm the only intelligent
and not
person.
free-thinking or evolving and allowing, because it's one thing to stand on it. I'm a firm believer you can stand in your belief system of things or whatever, but when you're not open, like truly open to see things, which is what I'm experiencing in regime right now,
Oh
you're not
God.
open-minded enough to see things beyond just what you interpret. Yeah, that sometimes
That's what
become
you got from
problematic.
everything I said? Is that what you got from everything I said? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I
Okay.
got from it.
Okay.
Hmm. Hey, Rwanda, and you was already talking 10. Hey, baby, we already spoke.
Hello. I think that maybe, I just think that people don't necessarily like labels on them.
So
Just in general.
I literally
But
said that
like,
if it was a
if
closer
I call
description, it
myself
would be
that,
fine.
if I'm gonna call myself a green elephant, then like that's what the fuck I am, and I'm gonna own that shit, and that's just me. But if you call me a purple lion, use a lie. Like,
but what if you actually, but what if by visual definition you look like a purple lion, but you identify as the other
the green elephant.
green elephant?
Well, you can say whatever you want to, ho. Like, no. I'm a badass green elephant. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'll be delusional in my own world. Like, I don't know. I think that's how people be acting, though. Like, for real, for real. Like, I'm sometimes, like, I'm a 40-year-old Black woman in this world. But, like, I would love to be a 22-year-old Black woman in this world, but I am what I am. And I can accept where I'm at in my life. However, like, if y'all want to, card me and pretend like I'm 22, like, bitch, I'm taking it. Like, I don't know.
I look, I am pro language, like gay, feminine, all that at the same time. Like I also am okay with being descriptionless, but I understand the convenience of the language, but I also like, I'm not big on labels either, but I don't have a problem with it. I mean, I
I mean,
mean,
it it is what it is.
like,
I mean,
because like I think I think what the issue is for some people is that people use labels as the substance, and people are like, okay, we can use the labels, but also like you do realize they're not the substance, right? Like the labels are just tools, but they're not the actual thing.
yeah, it goes back to what I said earlier about like the whole thing about the disability. Like the disability is just a placeholder. It's not the defining attribute of the person or of their experience in this world. So you can have a myriad of different people with disabilities, and they all have different experiences and their different needs and whatever the case may have. But it's the experience of that individual, not their label, is what counts. So when we start to utilize label as the defining attribute for every single thing that we experience, it takes away from the human experience. Sorry, but labels are just man-made constructs. Language is a man-made construct.
So I have a question
You
for
know,
Bree, and I have a question for Regine. If y'all met a man who said like uh, in his early 20s, all
Mm-hmm.
he dated was like men, and
Mm-hmm.
then like after he turned 30, the rest of his experiences became women and a preference for women, and he no longer engages in having sex with men and have, and he doesn't have any plan on doing so in the future. And maybe he's like 50 at this point.
Right.
What would y'all,
Label him?
Yeah.
In my mind, I would consider him bisexual.
Okay.
I would consider him a bisexual man. But
I would let him identify however the fuck he wants.
right. I wouldn't have to tell him. Like, I think that's the thing. A lot of times with like identity and labels, is a lot of times, like, if it's not the situation where someone's forcing anything on you or saying you have to call yourself anything, it's a way to relay to third parties, outside parties, a concept. So yes, one-to-one, you generally don't need many labels because it's vis-a-vis, like you're talking to a person face to face, and you don't really need as much outside labels. You can just talk to that person, connect to them, and understand them. So most of the time, a lot of these labels aren't really necessary in a one-to-one conversation about relaying experience. Labels become necessary when we start talking about groups and different things, or to outside parties. So I mean, a lot of this you just don't really run up on. But yeah, I would consider him bisexual. For my own, thing.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, because he was like, he actively slept with men, you were saying, for like how many years? 20?
Yeah, for 10.
20.
Yeah.
10. And then he was with women. Yeah, 10 years is valid.
I've actually heard,
even if he says that his he stopped because his attractions just dissolved from men.
I mean, yeah, but I would say 10 years of your life is a substantial amount that I don't feel like is necessary in my mind to not include.
If he had spent his time as a delivery boy for Little Caesars and then the next 30 years as a world scientist,
he spent 10 years as a delivery boy.
But
yeah, I feel like that would be significant experience in his life. Like, it would be a part of the sum of who he is now. Like, I waited tables for 10 years before I became a nurse. I mean, and when I talk about who I am, I do mention that I waited tables for 10 years. Like,
would you be fine with being labeled as a waitress?
Well, there's no, I'm not actively a waitress.
Right. You are actively,
but that's a job title.
So then if he's been actively heterosexual for 30 years.
Yeah, but I thought we used labels to give people a better understanding of our sexual experience. To encapsulate our sexual experience, or we use language to summate our sexual experience, not just like what we intend to do tomorrow. It's kind of been like, this is what I've been doing, and so isn't all of that considered as part of your orientation?
Well, for me, I said early on that like bisexual, lesbian, hetero kind of like our language kind of used to describe people's right now and kind of like where they're active at. But if you've been inactive in an area for a long time, I would feel comfortable with somebody identifying as heterosexual if they have not had any consistent, like if they haven't had.
I mean, but because I'm like 10 years is consistent. If you had consistent same-sex partners for 10 years, I would just not really say that you weren't bisexual in my mind. Like, you can move forward and just choose the other because you're bisexual. So that doesn't mean you have to be with either or. You can just, I'm gonna do women, so I'm gonna move forward with that, and like you can do that as a bisexual person. So to me, it doesn't feel like that experience wouldn't be true to a bisexual experience.
Well, I added the caveat of like if his attractions dissolved. Now that he even like can, like, he still has attraction, but he's not even interested or even sexually or emotionally attracted to men, and haven't been for the last 30 years of his life.
I would still consider him bisexual. It wouldn't bother me, but I would consider him bisexual. Like if you
Okay.
said like I just did it like once or twice and then I never did it again because it wasn't for me, then I'd be like, oh, okay, you just tried something.
Now, does it matter if in that 10 years he was just with like one man for that?
If he was just like one man his whole life, then clearly he didn't like it enough to.
Well, no, like, all right, or if he was in like a 10-year long relationship to a man.
Bisexual. Like this, yeah.
So she forcing labels onto this.
Okay.
Even though
Okay.
that-
I have an example. It's a real life example of okay. So I have 3 daughters. Not okay. So let me just besides my 3 daughters, but there's 2 people that I truly do love and care about, and one is a natural born female. The other wants to transition to be a female, and they're in a relationship right now. And they met each other when they were in middle school, well, actually elementary school, and got involved with each other when they were in middle school, as far as being in a relationship, but not actually making it physical until probably about right now. But one wants to transition to be, a woman. Would you call them? I mean, I kind of feel like I call them into men, but
they would be a pansexual, wouldn't they?
I don't know. I don't know that all the terms, to be honest.
Yeah, I feel like they would be a pansexual if they're with a trans person.
The one person they call, okay, so the one that was naturally born a girl calls the other their girlfriend, and everyone around them has to like call them by the girl name that either they both created, or I mean, it's very hard for me to understand where this is going, and how would you approach either one of them like protecting themselves or from the possibility of the other one. I guess I'm scared for the one that's a natural born female to possibly get hurt by the other one if they totally want to be only with men later on, and
right.
Mm-hmm.
Because she was heterosexual. It sounds like they a heterosexual couple. Did I miss that? Were they?
I mean, one's technically, I mean, until they get the transition surgery, they're technically a boy, but
right.
we're all
so they're male to transition into a female. So when they got together, they were a heteronormative couple. But now, with one being transitioning, now they would be seen in public as potentially a lesbian couple.
Kind of like, I guess, a Kris Jenner and Caitlyn.
Yeah, kind of situation.
Yeah, I guess you could say that, because it's pre Kris, Bruce, but like, at this time, this particular person wants to be called by a girl name, wants to be treated as being feminine and stuff. However, my personal interactions with this person is, they're kind of like really boyish, and they're boyish. They're like a boy, but
which is okay because it's females who are boyish.
Yeah, because they're masculine.
Yeah. I mean, yes, and yes, and it's hard for me to even like.
It's hard for your brain to make the transition.
Yeah, it really is, and I want to respect their relationship, and I'm so close to this that it matters to me that they truly, work out, and like they're really young. They're 18, like literally they're born a day apart, and they're 18, and I want to, you know, give them the best guidance and influence. But as far as my life is concerned, I haven't experienced people being in that type of relationship that that actually, you know, transcends the normative experiences of being like, you know, at this point in my life, they're like heterosexual or gay relationships, but this one is like in between both of those to me. So, and it's hard for me to like give them guidance and on how to, you know, when they
It's
ask me
not.
things, I don't know.
So guess
I
what?
don't really know
I'm
exactly
curious
what
to
I'm
know
saying.
about what the asking is. Like, what are they asking per se? Like, what is,
Yeah.
what advice are you being asked for?
Like, okay. Oh, okay. So one of them is my daughter, and she is the natural born woman or whatever, and she feels like she's in a lesbian relationship with a boy that they grew up with, but then I don't want to feel bad for calling him a boy, but they asked me for everything. I mean, and his mother had just passed away, and I'm trying to even open up to even just based on how I see him and how I interact with him. I see him as a young man, but they want to call him, the both of them together want to call him a girl.
Okay, so they identify as a she.
Right.
So
Mm-hmm.
then they are a she.
And then yeah, and I need to open up to like saying that they are a she. And
That so Tam, that for me is a bit of a eye opener. Because as a gay man myself, I actually have a trans friend that I adore, I love. He's like the best dude in the world. And at one point I caught myself falling for him. Like legit falling for him.
Okay, are you talking about a trans man?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Oh, you
I
freaky.
didn't know. Oh, shut up.
Period.
Yeah, like I couldn't put a name on it because it wasn't. I had just came out of like a 2-year relationship, and I was like on year maybe 4 or 5 of coming out of this relationship, and then I met and then I met him, and I was like, oh my god! And he was telling me, you know, I'm a trans man. I'm not completely in transition, and I was like, oh, that. Oh, like I fully accept you for who you are, and I don't, you know, I'm not gonna discriminate against you for that. And so we just started talking and started talking about our experiences, and like in like month 4 or 5, I just started like just really just falling for him, and I had no real answer for why. His personality is vibing and all that good stuff, and it's just I could not find the words to express like how what this thing was because I've never fallen for a trans man before like that hard. And I have a feeling that the reason why it's difficult for you, Tan, to to figure this thing out is because you haven't. It's new to you. It's really, really new to you.
it is, and
And
I want to have some grandkids, and don't play me. Sorry. Eventually, I want to have some grandkids, and I don't want my kids to be playing me and they come over. I give them hugs. I give them advice about after when they're in college right now. Both of them, they orchestrated a way for them to go to the same college and be in the same dorm room, and it's like a binary floor that is specific for non-binary people. And they're moving into an apartment of their own, and I'm the mother, okay, of this union, because they've been calling each other fiancés since they were like 15.
Mhm.
And
So your daughter
I'm
is prepared to still be with her partner even after
yeah.
transition. Okay.
Yeah, she says that. She says that. And so like, I want them to, if you're gonna be here and you talking about you want to be in the family, like I want you to stay because she wants you to stay. If she loves you, I love you just as much. I mean, probably not just as much, but pretty damn close, because I don't want her to have to experience, loss and hurt, and I know that is a possibility, and that's the part, I guess, that scares me,
A
is
loss
that
of what? Like a loss of what exactly?
loss of love and having to go look for love again, like,
Oh,
That can
child, you
happen. I
can't
mean,
protect her from
that's a
that.
possibility in all situations.
Right.
She would
right,
abandon
Can
it
I
really is.
whether she
can
was.
I ask a question? Hey everybody. How everybody doing on part? Hey
Hi.
Conscious.
Hey,
I
boo.
love y'all. I had a question. For the lady that was speaking.
Mhm.
Would you, even if she wasn't to bring you grandkids and stuff like that, would you still respect whatever decision she makes? Because you have to literally have a space open to where she'll be able to come to you. You don't want it to be to where something happens or something occurs and she's not able to talk to you, and she feels like she can't come to you as a mother, as a friend, or as a somebody, is when she's going through something. So even though it's new for you, will you still make space for her to come to you about whatever it is in the future that may bother her or whatever?
Absolutely, that's my child. Like, I bore her, so I mean, not just because I gave birth to her. Like, she's my girl. I mean, she's my youngest, actually. And I used to feel resentful, not resentful, but like guilty. I used to feel guilty at myself because when I had her, I had to go back to work so quickly after having her. But then I realized, after I had my other two children, they got out of the house. She was I was able to spend extra time with her. But regardless of if she gives me grandchildren or not, and if any of them do, none of them have. Like, see, I was an early bloomer. I had my girls like back to back at the end of me being a teenager into my early 20s. And they're my age that I had them back in the day. And and they're grown and they don't have kids. None of them do. And so I mean, I'm glad in a way, but then eventually I do want to have grandchildren because I had such a hard time, like raising them, not having enough money and all that kind of stuff, that I want to be able to spoil somebody now that I have enough money to take care of myself and if they need stuff. And yes, I am here for her regardless. It's just that I'm trying to navigate actually opening myself up to saying the name that they want me to call them, her boo. And I don't want to I don't want to offend nobody. However, it's just, in a way, a part of me feels like it's delusional Yeah,
It
and
it's
that's
No,
still
no.
it's still freshly new for you. Like that's the
Right,
key important thing. Like it's still very much new to you. And
right.
I
And,
I I empathize with parents who go through this, man, because this is a lot, especially when you have other expectation for your children. So I get it. It's very new, and I'm for a time I was in that camp until I met my friend who was a trans man, and we're still friends to this day, and we still text and all that good stuff. Um, I may not be what he needed at that time, but that's okay.
and see, not only that, um, I want to say I commend you for opening yourself up, because you got a lot of people who are not even open to the fact that the person is being different. You see what I'm saying? You got people who don't even have an open mind. You see what I'm saying? And by you having an open mind, it's going to open you up to things that you don't understand. She may come to you and say, "Well, this is what's going on," or whatever. She may sit down and talk to you about what you don't understand, and y'all can have a better relationship. You see what I'm saying?
yeah,
Um,
that's my girl. Like, I mean,
yeah.
honestly, all of my girls are different, but they're all reflections of me. And I feel like, like when I was growing up, and I put it in the chat earlier. I don't know if any of y'all saw it, but like I played spin the bottle with a group of girls and guys, and my friends. We kissed each other. We French kissed, and I had maybe one or two other experiences with females. And I can grasp lesbianism. This part is new to me altogether, to be honest, because it wasn't really like I was a 80s baby, grew up in school coming up with people that like when we was in school, we would know who's like kind of probably gonna be gay or
Mm-hmm.
lesbian. You
Mm-hmm.
got your feelings
Tie
about
boy.
your
Tie boy.
intuition. Right. You got your intuitions about folks, but then, to be a parent and then, like my husband, he's he's on that other spectrum that you talking about people that's just totally shut off with it. But, he still loves her, but he won't ever really discuss any of that. Um uh, alternate sexuality, you know, with her. Um, so, or really acknowledge her friend when he comes over, or she,
Me,
I said it, she came, comes over, you know. So I just, I feel
See
like
the
I gotta
world.
be the one to pour them all the love in, you
Mm-hmm.
know.
I see the world will be a better place if people can do what you do and not judge and try to control somebody's life. What I said in the chat earlier, people are trying to use labels as control um about different things that they want to do in their lives. But it ain't for you to judge that person. That thing is for you to love on that person regardless of their nationality, ethnicity, um, the way they look, all of that stuff, because you miss out on a lot and you miss out on people's blessings. You know what I'm saying? You miss out on that person, getting to know that person as a whole, because you're sitting up here prejudging and making fun of people. You know what I'm saying? So I'm very happy that you allowing yourself to be open about different things with concerning your daughter, because regardless of what the world thinks, she's still gonna be your daughter at the end of the day. And you don't want it to be a point where the world will come against her and then she turns to something bad. You see what I'm saying? So You're doing the
Yeah,
right
I
thing
mean,
by
I don't
opening
even
her.
care if it's. I don't even care if it's like. It's not that I think that she would do something bad. I just think that she would not. She would shut me out, and I'm not that kind of person to shut anybody out. And I know that she needs love. She needs guidance, and
Mm-hmm.
whatever she loves, I have to be at least open to see why she loves them. You know,
Mm-hmm.
and why she feels such an affinity towards being this way. And really, this they're all my girls are Gen Z, right? So this Gen Z, uh they're all so understanding of non-binary and polygamy and polyamory and all of these different labels that are just coming into my consciousness in this decade, really. And I'm trying to keep up with them and understand where they're coming from with how they feel. And I guess I came on the panel today to just really pick y'all's brains on how to maneuver and keep them, like in my life, and me being on their side and me not like stepping out of my boundaries as a mom, because I know my mama did it, and I know that a lot of people do that, and then they
Mm-hmm.
alienate their kids and push them
Mm-hmm.
away. So I don't want to
Mm-hmm.
be that mom, and I definitely want some grandkids. So before you transition, will you have some eggs, or not eggs, but sperm to the side for my girl to have her? Anyways.
Yeah, I mean that's something that you could talk about, down the line, when she feel comfortable, or when y'all in a good conversation and stuff like that. And also just love her. You see what I'm saying? Just love her for who she is, because that's gonna mean so much to her down the line and in the future, and she's gonna remember you for that. You see what I'm saying? Regardless of what is going on, she's gonna love you. She's gonna say, well, my mom, even though she knows that I'm like this, she still loves me for me. You see what I'm saying? We spend so much time picking and choosing people's lives that we mess folks up mentally with trauma and anger and hate and malice, instead of just loving people for who they is. People need love right now. You get what I'm saying? We need love more than anything. And I told folks, just because you don't understand the person's gender or the way they look or how they feel, that don't give you the right to mistreat people. That don't give you the right to be angry toward people. You see what I'm saying? With harming. You see what I'm saying? So,
Absolutely, and I was not gonna be that mother, because I know that a lot of mothers would be that way, to where they would talk down to the other person. Like we had a conversation, actually a few conversations, but the first conversation was very pivotal because it showed me where my daughter was lying about them having sex and stuff. But it also, I let her boo know that I don't want to be the person that pushes you to the point of, anything unaliving, because that's a statistic. And I want you to, if she wants you to be a part of the family, I'm gonna figure out a way to accept you into my family. However, this is not something I'm used to. And so, like, we had a really hard conversation, and it was actually good, and I feel like we're actually becoming closer. And their mom passed away just a couple of probably about a month ago, and they're gonna need a mother figure. So,
mhm.
I
you
just have
know,
one quick question. Like, don't you think 15 is too young to be dating? Or like,
No,
hello. I started having sex when I was 13. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's really young though, but
Yeah, it
it's
is.
just yeah. So yeah, that's my question though. Don't you think it's too young to be encouraging that?
I'm not saying I'm encouraging anything. My children are grown. As
15
far
is
as I
grown?
know, as huh?
Is 15 grown?
No, my children are grown now. Okay, so her boo, they went to elementary school and middle school together, but they ended up staying with their father, and their father was a traveling construction worker or whatever, and so they moved across states, and were in multiple different places, and only did they come back to Oklahoma to go to college at 18. So they had already moved to a different state when my daughter and her boo got together.
Okay,
As
so
far
maybe I missed
as
it. How old is your
they
daughter?
met each other in the mind, huh?
Maybe I missed it because I was like in and out. But like, how old is your daughter now?
My daughter is 18, so, and she's about to be
Okay.
19 in May.
Oh,
But
I thought
like
they were
they have known
15.
each other. They have known
Okay.
each other since they were in elementary school, and by the time they were in middle school, um, uh, her boo had moved away because they started living with their dad instead of living with their mom.
Okay,
And
I missed that
then
part.
yeah, I didn't
Okay.
actually really explain the whole backstory with them, but
Oh.
they did. Around 15 or 16 or so, they they have been talking, and they enjoyed each other's company, at least on a mental level, and they decided to be girlfriend and girlfriend. So that is what it became to be. And when there were breaks from school and stuff, um, her boo would come back to our state in our city and stay with other family members that are still here. So, and they would see each other, but hasn't been serious until they orchestrated going to college together at the same college and being in the same dorms together. So that's really how their experience has blossomed, I guess. And either way it goes, I basically have told my girls about all the bullshit that they can go through in relationships, because I was so fast when I was a young girl that, like, I realized a lot of shit that went on with the guys that I had dealt with, that I didn't want girls to experience it. And all of my girls are in college, and one's about to graduate this year, another one's about to graduate next year, and my youngest, she still got 4 years to go, really, 3 years to go. But that's beside the point. As far as their accolades go, I want them to be well-rounded women, you know. Um,
Okay,
but
I have another question. Does
okay,
does this daughter want children? Like, has she expressed that?
yes, she has, and
Hmm.
yes, she has, and I know that her boo's grandma wants them to have kids too, and I don't know if it's based on our influence on them more so than their actual thoughts. So I'm gonna just let it marinate
Mm.
with all of my
Mm-hmm.
girls as far as having grandkids goes. um I might say something every now and then, but I'm not gonna like put it on them every single time that I see them,
Right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
you know.
And that's
Typically,
why I said earlier. That's
that
why I said what I said
typically
earlier.
typically in American culture, typically we do by 16 and 17, you do see teenagers start dating at that age, and sometimes they may start at 14, 15, but typically
I
by
know
16.
that people date at that age. I'm questioning as a parent if you should encourage it. That's all I was asking or trying
Oh,
to
I
figure out.
wasn't encouraging it. I definitely was most I was a good cock blocker, and so was my husband. Like
Okay.
we have been that. But
Okay.
I'm just saying that as far as like, if it happened, I definitely have been like there to tell them what I think is good, what I don't think is good. But none of them had a boyfriend before 15 that I can think of. And
But
you try your best to be there for every encounter that they have, but you
yeah,
can't necessarily be
Sometimes
but
sometimes they slip through the crack, and that's
yeah,
okay. Like teenagers,
yeah.
this is the thing. Like so long as the parents are aware of what's going on in their child's life, because I know if I were to have kids someday, I want to be involved, but I don't want to be too involved where I become a helicopter parent and I'm not giving them their space to
Mm-hmm.
breathe and giving them their
Exactly.
space to have their experiences or date even. Like
Exactly.
so that to me is crucial, and I commend you for the role that you have taken in this new phase of your experience now, because I gotta imagine this is really like, even though you're accepting it, it's kind of like what, like, okay, but I hear you. I gotta imagine it's somewhat different. It's somewhat difficult,
Mhm.
because it's all still pretty fresh, and I know had I been in your shoes, I probably would be in the same boat. Like I accept you, but I still want kids, you know. So
Yeah.
um, it, I understand you completely, and I totally empathize with you. That's got to be the hardest thing as a parent. But I do commend you for your love and your patience and your support throughout all of that, because that is a for the child in, well, now that they're adult, that is something that they will commend you for the rest of their lives. They will probably
Exactly.
hold a statue in your honor, like that. That is very commendable what you're doing, and I am so proud to say that as a black mom that you're able to do that. I love that.
Yeah, and I had a friend. Let me tell y'all something. And this is why I said what I said earlier. My friend, she was gay. She's no longer here now. Um, but the thing was, we had a good friendship up until she left here. And if I would have listened to what everybody else thought of her, um, would have, I would have missed out on the friendship. She had been have been a blessing to my life. You know what I'm saying? She was a real friend to me. And this is why I'm saying what I'm saying. I don't judge a person. I love people where they at. I accept them for who they are. What somebody doing in the bedroom ain't got nothing to do with how they treat me as a friend or as a acquaintance or whatever. You have to meet people where they at, love on them. That's the most important thing in their life. And I am forever grateful that I got a chance to know my friend as a person instead of judging what she done, outside of our friendship. You see what I'm saying? That had nothing to do with me. The thing is, I loved her as a friend. You know what the last word she told me before she left here? She said, I love you. It hurt. She left here last year in April. So it's still fresh. But God is good because I didn't miss out on a friendship because I wasn't judging her. And that's why I said, you have to be in a place where your heart has to be open to accept whatever decision, whether you like it or not. You have to be okay with accepting what she may tell you. You see what I'm saying? Be like, okay, well, I don't agree with you, but I understand your decision. You see what I'm saying? That's what we have to be in life. Because if not, we miss out on the people and we miss out on the blessings. You can't control the labels and what people do, but it's your job to love on those people.
Right. I like that, and that's beautiful. I want to send my condolences to you and a bunch of love and light. Want I love when you come up on the panel and you talk,
Yeah,
because you always make my heart smile. We need a little bit
yeah,
more of that, in our lives.
yeah.
But
I've been through a lot, y'all, and this hit me. This hit me, y'all. Um, I didn't know that she was gonna leave, and like I said, the one thing that she taught me is to love people while they're here, regardless of their preference or what may be going on, because none of us are not promised tomorrow. And my job as a person, that in itself showed me that I can love people whatever they go through. You see what I'm saying? So I try to do my part by showing others that, hey, it doesn't matter their preference, their label, none of that. Keep those memories, because one day that's all you're gonna have. One day that's all you're gonna have is pictures and memories. I can't see her anymore. I can't talk to her anymore. You know how bad that hurts? It hurts. And I just lost her last month. I mean last year. And guess what? That was 2 weeks before my birthday. So I'm still hanging in there. I'm getting through it. Um, and I love people for who they are. So let this be a lesson. We're not here to stay. You have to accept whatever people go through. If you can't love people for who they are, don't say nothing at all. Don't say nothing, because guess what? One day you're gonna need those people. And some people they don't even get forgiveness. You know what I'm saying? So I said this to say this. It's a good thing that you're doing. Keep loving on your daughter. Keep making sure that she knows you're there. Keep making sure that you are doing what you gotta do. Because at the end of the day, that's what's gonna matter. And that's a legacy that you'll be able to leave. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. And my condolences to you and your friend and their family and your family, all that your friend touched. Because that's exactly why I am this way, because I've experienced so much loss as far as people in my life that have passed on. Um, that I'm not willing to be like that with my children. And I know it's 3:28 in the morning here in Central Time. So I don't know how you feeling conscious about continuing the conversation, but
We about to bounce. I've been live for 15 hours. 15 hours. I've been live 15 hours, and that was beautiful. Rashonda, you ministered tonight, Deaconess. Deaconess Rashonda. Thank you for
Oh,
that.
damn. You welcome. I just wanted to give her some encouragement, because I know how it feels.
Yeah, and you did that. That was love all over the stream. That was beautiful. But yes, I do have to lay it down. We was live and the other live for 10 hours. Then we over here live for 5 hours. I literally live stream for 15 hours today. I don't know who the fuck I think I am, Casanat. So it's been a long day, but this was beautiful. We will continue this conversation. There's a lot going on. I'm probably going to spend I'm going to probably spend today just sleeping and minding my damn business. And I'll see y'all full throttle Monday. And we'll just continue to get into the things and keep the conversations going. And please remember everything that Rashonda said, y'all. Like this, we need love more than, I mean, we always needed love. Love always been the answer, it's always been the pathway. But my God, we can't even afford nothing less at this point with everything that's transpiring. So very timely message. And yeah, let's all stay encouraged, y'all. I will see you all later. Tan,
Love you.
all y'all continue to, you know, grace the platform. Y'all thumbs up. I love y'all. I will see y'all Monday unless it is a live streaming emergency. I will see y'all on Monday, baby. Y'all took my soul, child. And if you enjoyed yourself, if you were entertained, if you were blessed, y'all already know what time it is. Baby, show some love to the Cash App, $Consciouztv, as you see here on the screen, and or paypal.me/ConsciouzTV. And just shout out to all you all, and I will see y'all later. Peace.